Good morning and welcome to Wednesday's action here with Group A in the Online Darts Live League. It is Champions Week, remember, and we are about to find out who will come out of Group A. Only one person can book their place in Saturday's finals, but it's not going to be one of the two people you're about to see in Game 1, with Martin Adams and Conan Whitehead doing battle in our first match of the day. Martin is back after a very, very difficult Tuesday where he did not pick up one solitary point. But as far as Conan Whitehead is concerned, Tuesday was one of salvation. It didn't start well, but it ended a lot better. He won his last two games of Tuesday, and that will make him feel so much better about what he could possibly do today.
Okay, first leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Our referee, Owen Binks, for the day, gets us underway in this best of 7 match, of which all 15 matches today will be.
140.
Martin in the table, in 6th position at the bottom, on 4 points and a leg difference of -10. Conan in 4th on 6 points and -5. In between them is Joe Davis on 6 points and -9. Now there is a bit of a peloton at the top between Shaun McDonald, James Richardson and Colin Osborne. They're all on either 14 or 16 points, so they're way in the distance. So the job for today, you might ask,
30.
What would that be for Martin and for Conan, who now are assured of playing tomorrow and on Friday to have another chance of making the finals on Saturday.
180.
As we get 180 number 1 for the day, it won't be the last. It comes from Conan. And it's a very confident start from the man nicknamed
100.
the Barbarian.
Conan, you require 81.
We'll come back to that point about league position in a second. I'll just give Conan the opportunity to take the 12 darter.
Game shot.
And that's exactly what he does.
Conan Whitehead.
A wonderful hot start here from Conan, who is looking to solidify a nice head-to-head record against Martin for the week. And it hasn't been plain sailing for Conan at times this week, but the first leg was.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
When they met on Monday, it was Martin who won by 4 legs to 2.
58.
Yesterday, Conan got the better of Martin by the same scoreline. And in that match, Conan got a 161. But that doesn't tell you the strength of that finish. 161s are great.
95.
Don't get me wrong. But when you hit a 180 to leave 161 and take it for 341 and 6, that is world class.
81.
But as far as the motivation for these two today, it's all about trying to maybe get that 4th spot in the table.
100.
The top 3 is assured. That will include McDonald, Richardson and Osborne. But what we can tell you is that the 5-person group, which will include
60.
Jamie Clark and Chaz Barstow, which will be played on Thursday and Friday night this week, that will take 3 players from this group
82.
after one is promoted. Now they will go to positions 2, 3 and 4. 2 and 3, they will come from Richardson, McDonald and Osborne, depending on where they sit.
132.
Martin's going to leave the 170. Didn't even think about going for a larger proportion of the board. So, if you want to be
100.
involved in Group
Martin,
B,
you require
which is 5 people, and
170.
of course 3 people will go through that group, the motivation today for Adams, Whitehead and Davis is to get into 4th position, because it's easier to get through that group
44.
than it is to get through
Conan, you
Group C,
require 124.
which will include positions 5 and 6 from this group. So there is something on the line as Conan goes for the ball and takes the 1-2-4.
Conan Whitehead.
This week there has been one solitary pattern, amongst others maybe, but everybody's been hitting their shots against Martin Adams, and it's continuing into Wednesday.
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
I could rattle off the amount of big finishes that have been hit against Martin Adams, and
128.
without the proof of the last couple of days, you might think that I am lying. Well, here's just a few of them. A 1-4-5, a 1-4-9, a 1-6-1, a 1-2-4.
45.
And there have been more. Shaun McDonald, when he played against Martin on Monday, took out 3 ton plus finishes out of the 4 legs that he won. He hit every single double in the match. And he took out a 1-4-3, a 1-1-9, and a 1-2-9.
96.
I said to Martin yesterday, what have you done to your opponents? What have you done to offend them? And he just shrugged his shoulders and said, that's darts.
40.
That's exactly right. The amount of times that Martin has done this kind of thing to his opponents over the years. Well, his opponents are starting to do it to him for some reason this week.
100.
Just thinking about those placements in the table as well.
135.
Someone like Conan or possibly Joe Davis or indeed Martin may think, I'd rather play early in the day. Or indeed, I'd rather play at night. So I get more of a lie-in.
And you require 138.
They might think I've got a better chance of getting through in the morning than the night time. This time it's not the big out for Conan from 138.
98.
But he is well positioned after 15.
Martin, you require 120.
So over to you, Martin. Can you take the 120? Textbook.
80.
But doesn't get the full stop.
Conan, you require 40.
For 3-0.
Game Shaun the
And it
third
is
leg.
3-0.
Conan
And he has
Whitehead.
still not missed a double in this match. I mentioned that game with Shaun McDonald on Monday. Well, Conan is doing exactly the same to Martin as Shaun did in the middle part of that
Fourth leg,
Monday
it's
session.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
This is an extraordinary display from Conan. And you have to say that maybe those 2 wins from yesterday afternoon,
95.
a 4-0 win against Joe Davis with a 92.5 average, and then a 4-2 win against Wolfie in match 14. They have set him up for the day.
41.
But to make things easier on himself and to make his confidence a little bit more transparent, he just needs to get rid of this game
140.
quickly. Too often this week, Conan has started well and let a lead slip. That will be lingering in his
100.
mind a little bit. Martin might be thinking, here we go again on Wednesday.
137.
But his response in leg number 4 has been very, very good indeed.
100. Martin, you require
This is one of the finishes
129.
that has been taken against him this week. He doesn't need to go 60 bull. So treble 18 will be looked at now.
93.
A very tidy leg from the former England captain. Conan will have to think
100.
about the next leg potentially. Unless, of course,
Martin, you
Martin
require
misses it 3
36.
double 18, which you don't expect.
Game Shaun the fourth.
And we are
leg.
getting
Martin
a bit of a finishing masterclass in this match here. Martin straight into double 18 without any errors there. And Conan, when he gets to the finish, he takes them. Still 3-1 up, and we'll try and serve it out now.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on. $45.
Just got to stay positive. There is a likelihood here that Martin will start to kick. He's got his first leg win of the day. And he's starting to find that treble 20 with more regularity. Conan's got to get some good first darts in.
90.
If he starts dragging into that treble 5, he might start getting a bit frustrated. Wherever you are tuning in around the world, thank you for your company this Wednesday
60.
morning here in the UK. Just about to get to the 9:45 mark here in the United Kingdom. So if you're using your
55.
streaming services of your favorite bookmaker or tuning in via YouTube, thank you for choosing us today. And if you have a smart device, you can take us wherever you go today. Whether you're working from home,
83.
working at work, safely we hope, or indeed having a day off. We really do value your company.
56.
If you are choosing to have a little wager on something today, whether it's a match result, an exact scoreline, amount of 180s, or anything of that ilk, please gamble responsibly.
140.
Over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. This is where Conan needs something big.
140.
Get something sizable.
Martin,
But as
you
far as
require
a scoring
70.
leg is concerned, that is the only decent visit of this leg. He would admit that. Double top for Martin to get to 2.
38.
And this is Conan's first chance of winning the match.
Conan, you require 150.
He will just want to get rid of this.
$99.
Gets to the double, but
Martin, you
maybe
require
one
40.
visit too late. Double 5 to save this match.
30.
That one sails over the bar.
Conan, you require
And Conan
60.
will be loving this. Double 4.
12.
And he's not able to finish the match right there. 4 legs to 1.
Martin, you require 10. Game Shaun
But
the
Martin
fifth
is
leg.
able to find
Martin
a
Adams.
19 dart break of throw. And I suppose that really does establish that pattern early here on Wednesday that Conan has struggled with over the last couple of days. Can he find a
Sixth
bounce
leg,
back?
it's
Let's find
Martin
out.
to throw first. Game on.
Now it's a mental battle. You've had your 3 darts for the match. You've missed 2 at double 8. You've missed a shot at double 4.
90.
Now you have to get that chance again. You've got to have a better scoring leg here. And that is A1 position in the 60.
100.
And believe me when I tell you, he is going to be really, really upset with just a ton there. One of the things
85.
over the last couple of days that really has surprised me is that Conan has only had 8 180s. He's got 9 now because he
100.
has one in this match, but getting 4 per day on average, that is under par for Conan. Indeed, only one other player has less than that over the first 2 days, and that is Joe Davis.
81.
But his doubles have been excellent. Over 40% for a couple of days' work. That is pretty much where you expect to be.
140.
This is a better scoring leg from Conan. First to a finish against the throw.
140.
But Martin has a better position. He did hit one of these yesterday against Wolfie. He's not going to get a second.
90.
Great switch. Very sensible.
Martin, you require 105.
Again to save the match. He gets an A1 shot in the 60. And does get one dart at double 16. And takes out the Tum Plus finish to take us to the limit in the first match of the day. That pattern is occurring again for Conan, where he's been massively in front, but he has been pegged back. One leg shootout coming in.
7th and final leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
There's nothing more challenging in any sport
58.
when you are constantly challenged by the same thing over and over and over again. And previously, you've not been able to stop the rot.
100.
Conan's chances of making the finals this week could hinge on whether he comes through this mental challenge right here. Getting the start early on a day like today, it has a ripple effect. Whoever wins this match, for me, is going to have the better day. And Wolfie gets him
180.
a maximum there, and that is his first for the match in leg 7.
'83.
And he has taken the darts after 2 visits. The veteran is making a move.
'81.
He was 3-0 down. But never down and out.
81.
Oh, that was an aggressive try
Martin, you
from
require
Conan.
140.
The shot really was the 19s. Now we've got the more difficult out of 139. You'd much rather have 140, which Martin did have.
82.
He leaves 58
Conan, you
in
require
the hope
139.
that he will get one more visit. He might not. I don't think he's got the treble 13. As you can see there, he got the small 6. So it's
Martin,
down
you
to the
require
wire here.
58.
First chance to win the match in 7 legs goes to Martin. And he does win it by 4 legs to 3 after surviving 3 match darts a little bit earlier. 2 at double 8 and 1 at double 4. That has been what has been happening to Conan this week. But Martin gets his first win since Monday afternoon with a decent game there. As you can see, both averaging in the early 90s. Decent doubling as well. A very good game to start us off. But as far as the top 3 are concerned, 2 of them will duel now. Shaun McDonald and Colin Osborne coming in for match 2. Match number 2 about to begin here, and Shaun McDonald of Scotland is up against one of his rivals for the top spot in Colin Osborne. This should be very interesting, and it will make the table even more interesting if indeed Colin Osborne gets the victory. This man does lead the pack on 16 points, and a very good leg difference as well at plus 13. So he not only has 2 more points than this man in purple, but his leg difference is 14 better than Osborne. So not just the points, but the leg difference has to be bridged for Colin.
To throw first. Game on.
As far as yesterday is concerned, they were all trying to catch James Richardson, who will get his first game of the day against Joe Davis next.
100.
Shaun came second in the day 2 table with a second consecutive day on 8 points. Averaged 89.98 for the day.
100.
Whereas Osborne was around 91.65. But he only got 6 points, albeit with the better average. Osborne is playing his second
96
week in 5, as is Shaun. But Shaun is playing back-to-back weeks. Played 6 days last week, Monday to Saturday.
43.
Sunday off. And then returned Monday, Tuesday and today. So, with that in mind, this is his 9th day of playing in 10. Today is a really, really big day for Shaun, because I think what he wants more than anything else is a place in the finals with 2 days off in between.
41.
Today and on Saturday. If he does not get top spot today in the Group A table and has to play tomorrow and Friday, come Saturday, there's every possibility
100
that his fuel tank will be on fumes. But if he can get tomorrow and Friday off, just get a little bit of time to rest and recuperate,
100.
he could be a big threat for the £5,000 prize on Saturday night. Live on Sporty Stuff TV, of course, in the United Kingdom, and live on YouTube via online darts around the world. Treble 19.
83.
Would have left what Shaun has.
You require 40.
He needs tops for the first leg of the contest.
Game
and takes a beautiful shot, an early confidence booster for Shaun McDonald. And if anything is to go by from the first match, do not get a 3-0 lead, because you could lose it. But 1-0 to McDonald. Let's find out what happens in leg 2.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
McDonald here because he won week 4.
60.
Osborne here because he won week 2. All 4 winners from the 4 qualifying weeks for this week are in this group. Adams won week 1. Osborne won week 2. Week 3 was won by Conan Whitehead, and last week by Shaun.
60.
As for the 2 remaining players that we will see first, for the first time in match 3, Richardson and Davis were runners-up.
$100.
And next week we will start again. We will have another Champions Week in a few weeks.
180.
First 180 of the match goes to Colin Osborne. And pretty good timing for that as well, because he was languished a little bit before that one. What I can tell you is that when we do have 4 more qualifying weeks after this, there will be some new players. As to who they will be, you will find out via a bit of a drip feed.
60.
We'll tell you a little bit more on Saturday. So you're just going to have to watch, aren't you? You can take a break from watching European Championship
45.
football in the knowledge that England are through to next week.
Colin,
you can focus on your love
41.
for the game of darts for a few days to see who cashes that £5,000 cheque on Saturday night. Anybody who qualifies for
82.
the Champions League finals on Saturday night will get a financial reward. But everybody wants that top prize of £5,000 because in amateur darts,
64.
that is a prize
Colin,
that is very rare
59.
to take us to 1-1. Osborne can't do it.
27.
Oh,
Shaun,
how
you
things
require
can
100.
change. You think Osborne is strolling to 1-1. Does McDonald have 80 more points in him? Well, you'd have to say that
60.
that second dart was a bit in-betweeny.
Colin, you require
It wasn't a shot at
32.
tops. It wasn't a shot at the 60. Double four.
28.
And missing all three will make Aussie feel
Colin, you
very,
require 40.
very empty. McDonald for 2-0.
Game shot
It
the
is
second
2-0.
leg.
A very
Shaun
unexpected
McDonald.
break of throw there for Shaun because I think he was waving the white flag a little bit when he had the 100 left. But Osborne was not able to take his shot, and when the opportunity presents itself, you've got to take it.
Shaun to throw first. Game on.
And just imagine if Shaun does win this match, he will create a 4-point gap at the top of the table between himself and James Richardson, with Osborne only having 4 more matches left.
180.
McDonald with his first 180 of the match right there. Richardson, of course, who plays his first
60.
game next, could be the danger man. He was undefeated on Tuesday. He has 5 matches today to catch or indeed
60.
overtake Shaun McDonald. Just looking at today's schedule,
100.
we will close with Martin Adams against James Richardson. That could be a vital game for James. Shaun finishes his campaign against Conan Whitehead in match 14, the game before James. But the
131.
middle match of today, match 8, is McDonald versus Richardson. That could be a huge match. The severity of it,
100.
we will find out after the
Shaun,
first
you
couple of
require
games that they play today.
130.
6 darts from here. McDonald may go for treble 18. Double 8.
122.
He will be back for double 4.
$41.
Hasn't really clicked this morning so far for the Wizard.
Shaun, you require 8.
But McDonald averaging 93 is looking very competent.
Game shot the third
And
leg.
again he is.
Shaun McDonald.
Good doubling. Over 50% in that statistic now. A really decent average as well. 3-0 up. Just like Conan Whitehead was in the first match. Can he finish it off?
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
A 4-0 loss for Osborne would be disastrous.
81.
Not only a potential loss against the leader, but his leg difference would plummet even more. At the same time, McDonald is climbing. So far, this is also a bad result for James Richardson.
42.
But the good thing for James is his leg difference is very close to Shaun's, whereas Osborne's is not.
26.
It's just one of those games when you look at Colin's face after that 26. Some days you wake up and the synchronicity of your throw feels simple, but some other days
81.
it's not that easy. If the game of darts was so simple, we would all play it
60.
to a world-class level. It's not that simple. Very deliberate action of McDonald, and I've been surveying
96.
little facets of his game this week. I did get the opportunity to commentate on Shaun in Phase 1, where he played 5 days and didn't make a final.
100.
But the interesting thing for me is that he has a 4-finger grip. He has a thumb and 3 fingers on the barrel. That's quite rare. You don't see a great deal of players with that much hand action on the barrel. Look at Osborne, and he is very much a 3-finger grip. Thumb, 4-finger, and middle
94.
finger. That gives you a lot of control.
Shaun, you require
But I've always thought that
157.
if you bring the 3rd finger into play, it's almost too much grip, but it works for Shaun.
60.
He's 97
Colin, you
away
require
from a first win of the day
140.
if Osborne misses this. He's going to leave tops. Oh, he's not!
No score.
Oh! That
Shaun, you
is
require
very
97.
symptomatic of how the morning has gone for Colin. That's devastating. Well, that really took me by surprise.
57.
And that was a very, very safe 20
Colin,
from
you
Shaun. He
require
was nowhere near the 60.
140.
So instead of being on tops, Osborne back at 140 and can't take it.
60.
And this time the 3rd dart does not career
Shaun, you
into the
require
60.
40.
So for a 4-0 win, it's double 10 once more. And
Game
that is
shot
what
out
we
the
find.
match.
Shaun McDonald takes
McDonald.
full advantage of that slip from Colin in leg 4, but that is a huge boost to his chances. It wasn't his best performance of the week, but it was good enough in match 1 of Wednesday. As far as the next game is concerned, Joe Davis cannot qualify for the top spot in the group now, but James Richardson can, and he needs to answer Shaun McDonald right away. Match 3 coming up. James, it's over to you. Mr. Richardson is probably the danger man when it comes to catching Shaun McDonald, who has just established a 4-point gap at the top of the Group A table. Joe Davis could play the role of spoiler. Could he spoil James's early chances? Back in the orange today is James, up against a very, very dangerous player in Joe Davis. You see he's at the bottom of the table on 6 points, but at times this week, he really has shown what he's capable of. But unfortunately for him, it hasn't been a regular occurrence.
To throw first. Game on.
Most importantly, though, Richardson has to stay on point.
140.
Yesterday, 10 points from 10. An absolutely brilliant day's work to get himself back in touch after unbelievably averaging 101 for Monday
31.
and only picking up 4 points from a possible 10. Yesterday, he brought the standard once again.
60.
He averaged 97.82 for his 5 games. He had 11 180s. That's the best average and the best 180s of any player yesterday. He had decent double statistics and was, without
60.
a single doubt, the best player of Tuesday. But his current predicament is rather urgent.
97.
He can't afford to lose a match early. He has 5 matches today. For me, he's got to beat Joe. He's going to have to beat Colin Osborne in his next match.
95.
In match 6. And he might need a little bit of a favour from Martin Adams, who plays Shaun McDonald next. That's the ideal scenario for Ruthless. But if Shaun beats Martin
60.
in match 4, he knows that when Shaun and James play in match 8, it all comes down to that. Got to be 25 here.
145.
Beautifully thought out by Joe Davis to leave 170.
You require 144.
Another.
88.
That will do, but only if Joe misses this.
You require 107.
He's had a 309 in 6 this week. Can he get a 315?
$96.
Well, he might get it in 8 darts.
James, you require 56.
But James will not want to give him the chance. Double top.
16.
Early misses. Won't do Ruthless any good.
Joe, you require
You just want to
74.
get rid of those legs early to make yourself believe that you're not going to miss much today. Davis for the early break.
34.
Well, that one came out of the cannon.
James, you require 40.
He shakes his head, and he's got every right to.
James
Richardson
on the
takes
first
double
leg.
10
James Richardson.
and just dodges a little bit of a bullet at the start of his play today, and that may just be something that he needs at times throughout Wednesday.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
These players over the course of the last couple of months have
100.
almost re-established the idea of playing early in the day. James didn't play in the Live League last year,
46.
and neither did Joe. So playing at around about 9:30 or 10 o'clock in the morning, it's not something they've been particularly used to over the last few years. Maybe Joe is a little bit with the development tour.
100.
That's usually a 10:30 start. But when you're playing match 1, like Conan and Martin did this morning, a 9:30 start is
58.
not the norm, especially if you have been on the PDC tour for years, like Robert Thornton has been. They're used to starting at 12. Or indeed, these days at 2 o'clock.
81.
So far this week, James has had the measure of Joe, beating him twice.
140.
So a third win would be very, very welcomed. It was 4 legs to 2.
60.
On Monday, and that was a particularly quality-filled game. That was James's best performance of the week, and that's saying something because he's had a lot of great performances.
49.
In that match, he averaged 109.71.
160.
He had a couple of 180s. High check would have 100, but he defied the 102 average of Joe.
60.
Yesterday was a bit of a different story, but James still averaged in 3 figures.
140.
Just though, by 0.99.
So you require 100.
If Joe's going to stand any chance in this game, you can't do that when you're on 100.
68.
Maybe he needs to just recalibrate
James requires
what's going
68.
on because it doesn't seem to be clicking so far. Single 8 possibly. Back to tops.
Game
Very,
Shaun,
very good
second
indeed.
leg.
And whenever he strolls to the
Richardson.
left of that hockey on double 10, that seems to be a pattern. But when the flight's in the way, that step to the left on double top, that's a shot we saw a little bit yesterday, and it's worked today as well.
It's James to throw first. Game on.
Not only is he 4 points adrift as he gets in the maximum column finally in leg 3, he is currently 5 legs adrift. So what he ideally needs to do here is put Joe Davis to the sword. He needs to be his nickname today. He needs to be ruthless.
58.
He needs to be merciless. This is what I like to call Top Gun Day.
96.
There are no prizes for second place. Second, third and fourth will still be in with a chance, of course, but only first place will do.
137.
And personally speaking, of the two biggest players in this table, I think the one who really
60.
needs to win this table more than anyone is Shaun McDonald,
Games you require
considering how many games he's played in the last 10 days. Gonna go for it. Always goes for it, whether his opponent is on a finish or not. But if James, who also played last week, I think he would possibly be able to handle playing consecutive days and consecutive
51.
weeks a little bit better than Shaun, because
James
he's
you
a bit of a
require
darting
25.
robot. Double 4.
17.
And it's not 3-0 yet, but it helps when your opponent leaves 159. Well, if he was on 160, he would have got a shot at tops.
127. James, you require 8.
That's why you've got to get your maths right.
Game Shaun the third
James gets the
leg.
execution right, and
James
it's
Richardson.
3-0 for the third game in succession. The person who was 3-0 in game 1 lost 4 legs to 3. The next person to get to 3-0 won 4-0. So what is James going to do?
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Had a nice tweet from Master John Gwynn this morning, one of the legends of our sport.
95.
Everybody here at the Online Darts Live League wishes all the very best to John, who's been receiving treatment for an illness very recently. And that one's for you, John. That one right there. So all the best to you, pal. Thanks for that, James. That was perfectly timed.
100.
And he's the man who's had 2 9-darters so far this year. Could he get a third? There's your answer.
65.
You'd want to maybe save a third 9-darter for Saturday night. Today is all about points and getting the requisite amount of legs, possibly as well.
53.
At some point, Richardson is going to need an error from McDonald, whether it's against another opponent or himself.
62.
Leading up to that match in match 8 between McDonald and Richardson, it is James who cannot afford any errors. He's got to beat Joe Davis, and he's going to have to beat Osborne, because if he loses this one from 3-0 up, or loses to Colin, he's going to be in all sorts of trouble.
129.
That will do.
Joe, you require 153.
He wasn't going for the treble 9, I assure you. It was the treble 14. And even though the averages
96.
in this game are fairly similar,
James, you require 65.
I feel there's a bit of a chasm between the quality. Double 4 again.
Game
And that is
shot
job
out the
done.
match. James
A1
Richardson.
from James Richardson. As soon as he saw Shaun McDonald defeating Colin Osborne by 4 legs to 0, he'll have said to himself, I need to do the same. Well, he has done the same. Look at that. In with an 85.89 average, 36% on the checkouts is good enough. He may need more as the games do progress throughout the course of the day, but that will definitely do for now. Speaking of Shaun McDonald, he comes back to the Ocky in match 4. He takes on Wolfie, Martin Adams. To say that it's a 2-horse race, because Colin Osborne will definitely not give up the fight. But everybody has played 1 match today, so there are 4 remaining for each player. Shaun McDonald will now play his second of the day against Martin Adams. I expect to see a more relaxed Martin Adams for his next 4 matches, especially after he stole his first win of the day against Conan, winning from 3-0 down. But when Shaun was 3-0 up against Colin in match 2, he was able to get over the line.
Okay, first leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
James Richardson will be watching on in the practice room, hoping that Martin can do him a favour. Because the situation is as such.
26.
If Martin does win this match, and James wins his next match against Osborne, McDonald and Richardson will be tied. However,
96.
just imagine the exact opposite. If McDonald wins and Osborne beats Richardson in match 6, Richardson and Osborne will be tied at 16 points, but will then be 4 points adrift of McDonald.
100.
So that's the best case scenario for Shaun. Lots of permutations over the next 3 matches, which will see all players play their second match of the day. And by the time we get to
58.
Shaun McDonald and James Richardson, we will know what is possible for both players, and indeed what is possible for Colin Osborne.
$60.
I've had a tweet from Jello77 in Australia talking about Shaun's grip, where his third finger is on the dart, but on the backswing, the ring finger comes off. Is that unusual or bad? No, it's not unusual. It's not bad. The thing about darts is that everybody's got a different grip. Everybody's got a different style. What you've got to do is make sure that your fundamentals are right. And if you have a slightly unusual grip, you have to have equipment that works for it. There are some rights and wrongs within the sport.
46.
But when it comes to grip, there's very little in the way of wrongs. As you can see with Martin's grip, he's got a very light thumb and forefinger and a bit of a balancing middle finger there, as the end of the barrel balances on the end of the nail portion of the finger, whereas everything from Shaun is on the inset of the fingertips.
93.
That's quite unusual. That engages the palm of the hand a lot.
130.
That's a great first start. Double 5.
125.
Give it a chance.
Shaun, you require 74.
Can Shaun mop up 74? Likely. Double 8 for a break of throw.
Game Shaun the first
Very good
Shaun
indeed.
McDonald.
And McDonald takes the lead by 1 leg to 0. He will now have the chance to consolidate that break of throw. He is looking at times the most consistent player in this
Second
group.
leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
It's difficult to say that Shaun has been the best player in this group. But being the best
84.
isn't always what you want. You want to be consistent. You want to be a points vacuum. And that's what Shaun has been.
22.
Yesterday he averaged 89.98. That was the second, well, it was actually the third best average of the day. His 2 closest challengers, Osborne and Richardson, averaged better than him.
100.
But it's not about averages with Shaun. It's about getting chances and taking chances. That's why he's got more points than anybody else.
100.
After watching a lot of his matches this week, in fact all of them, some people have stumbled against him and he has taken some unlikely points.
140.
That could be the separator between being number 1 and not being number 1.
$85.
Shaun has had the measure of Wolfie this week. He's beaten him twice. And if that doesn't do something for your confidence, well, there's something wrong with you. They
57.
played in match 7 yesterday. Shaun won by 4 legs to 2. It wasn't a brilliant match. The averages were in the low 80s. But it was a better game on Monday,
97.
where Shaun won by 4 legs
Shaun,
to
you
3.
require
And
120.
both of the averages were in the 90s. We'll talk more about that in a second. Just look at Shaun trying to get the 120.
100.
Nice layup. That's the equivalent of Shaquille O'Neal giving the ball to Kobe Bryant and saying, here, there's an open basket.
177.
That's the equivalent
Required 20.
of Dennis Rodman saying, hey, I'm in the way. Double 10. For 2-0. He has found it on the third dart. So if we're going to use the basketball analogies, that one just trickled around the ring a couple of times. But eventually, it dropped, and it got 20 more points for a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
One of the reasons why Shaun maybe has a slightly lesser average than some people in this group, even though he's at the top, is because he's clicking darts with dart 3
140.
instead of taking that 20 in 1. He's taking them in 3. He's measuring his shots. And trust me, he won't care as long as he gets it.
140.
It's not an action that I would coach. It's not an action I would say that could work. It's very individual, the action that Shaun has. There's a lot of moving
100.
parts. His stance is very static. That's excellent for me. But the arm moves a little bit inside and out. There's a bit of shoulder movement there. But sometimes the unconventional actions
84.
can be the best ones. I'm sure some of my commentary colleagues would say that they look forward to the unconventional actions. I remember being a kid in front of the TV saying to my parents,
100.
when is Kerry Morgan playing again? Because he's great to watch. If you've never seen Kerry Morgan throw darts on YouTube, have a glance. Extremely watchable.
140. Martin, you require 161.
Might need something like this if he wants a leg. McDonald has taken out quite a few good finishes over the last couple of days.
30.
He's got a high of 143.
Shaun,
He's
you
also
require
taken a 140 out.
137.
Is he going to add 137 to the mixing bowl? Double 10. Oh, that was close.
117.
And Martin is in trouble again.
131.
Languished on 131. Downstairs with good effect,
Shaun, you
but it
require
may be
20.
too late as McDonald goes for the double break. He has not lost a leg today,
Shaun McDonald.
and he might not lose a leg in this match. He's going for his second successive 4-0. Talk about a perfect start and a bad start for Osborne and Richardson. Well, let's have a look at 4-0 possibility.
Game on.
If you'd have said to Shaun, as play commenced today, you would win your first
96.
game 4-0 and you'd be 3-0 up against Martin Adams in match 2, he would have said, that's extremely unlikely, but if that happens, I will have that with interest, please.
140.
He only has to find one more leg. But that was the case for Conan Whitehead in match 1. He was 3-0 up.
58.
He wasn't able to win another leg, even when he had 3 match darts. But what is really interesting to me is that all 3 or 4 matches so far today have started 3-0.
$100.
Only a ton, but stays in touch. Advantage Wolfie. And just like the game with Conan in match 1, he is finding his range in leg 4.
180.
Yeah, I'd call that a rangefinder. Unbelievably, that is the first 180 of the match.
$140.
And that is a forceful 140.
Martin, you require 41.
So if Martin stutters here, McDonald is in. Double 16.
Game Shaun the
That is an extraordinary 11 darter because he's down 2 breaks. He re-breaks in leg 4 and he's now trying to replicate what he did in match 1. Can he do it? Stay with us to find out.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
Well, that skews the averages just a little bit. 99 for Martin, 93 for Shaun.
100.
And this is where Shaun is thinking, if Martin is going to have 5 visits, I want to put in a 12 just to get rid of him.
$60.
You can tell it's not going to be that simple. He has started brilliantly on both Monday and Tuesday, Shaun. And at times, because he's played a lot of darts over the last couple of weeks, he has tired a little bit.
85.
But I have to pay tribute to him yesterday. In his last match, where he was equalised on points in the table by James Richardson after his perfect day, he put in a blistering display against
96.
Joe Davis to finish yesterday's session. An average of just under 97. Won 4-0 and was very efficient on the doubles.
$100.
Maybe not as efficient as his first game against Martin this week, though, where he was 100%. 4 doubles hit from 4. And 3 of those were on the end of ton plus checkouts.
137.
And I'm not just talking about those piddly little 101s and 104s. Yes, they're difficult, but they're not as hard as, say, 119, 129 and 143, which is exactly what he got. Wolfie gets another maximum. That's his second.
180.
Boy, is he playing well all of a sudden. And he cannot miss this double 18.
36.
Fair play to Shaun. He's putting pressure on these shots that are being left after basically no darts. But it is an 11 darter followed by a 13 darter from Wolfie. And if he keeps playing at this standard, he might just get another 4-3 from 3-0 down. Will it be so?
6-legged Shaun to throw first. Game on.
The average is now over 100. Martin is playing darts today the way that Steve Cram used to run 800 metres. He used to stay at the back of the pack after the first 400 and then he would sprint. And it was pretty effective for the world-class athlete from Jarrow.
140.
I think that's the first time I've ever likened a game of darts to an 800-metre race.
134.
It may be the first time that any commentator has done that. Well, I love any sport. And when you love sport, you can see the similarities somewhat.
40.
The mind games, the physicalities. And right now, it's McDonald who's being tested mentally. He's been pegged back somewhat. But the response in leg 6, absolutely top draw. Just when you think Wolfie is starting to peg and say, I'm here.
100.
I'm going to bring you to leg 7. I'm going to make you twitch.
You require 87.
McDonald, who has had excellent poise over the last 10 days, is now only 2 darts away from a 20th point of the week.
71.
He'll have to wait. But if he takes double 8 and gets the 2 points here, he is assured of being clear
41.
of James Richardson and Colin Osborne by the time he plays his 3rd match. And he will be clear. That's a 13 darter from Shaun McDonald. So the last 3 legs in that match were absolutely sublime. 11, 13 and 13 from both players. Very, very efficient indeed. 98.21, but 98.76 there from Shaun. One of his best performances of the week at the right time. So he's on 20 points. The chasing pack have got work to do, but we're going to take a break from the chasing pack at the moment. We're going to get a look at Joe Davis again up against Conan Whitehead. Now turn our attention to the race for 4th place in this table, with Joe Davis and Conan Whitehead about to do battle in our 5th game of the day. So let's go down to the board to see these guys. A 24-year-old from Brighton, beautiful town next to the coast in East Sussex. He takes a break from that to play darts here today, and will also play on Thursday and Friday, but where will he play? Will it be the morning or the night? That is what is up for grabs.
Okay, first leg, it's Joe to throw first.
In the next few games for these two, and indeed Martin Adams. Whoever wins this match will be in 4th position
93.
as we go into the second third of our action for today. Just before we go any further, had a tweet from Johnny this morning.
81.
He said hello and thanks for seeing me through the past few days with some much needed live darts. He's in bed with the dreaded COVID and the darts helps him to take his mind off things. So Johnny, everybody here wants to wish you a speedy recovery. Look after yourself, rest, and hopefully you'll be up and about sometime soon. So thanks for tuning in and get better soon.
100.
Conan was smarting from his first performance. Everything was going so well. 3-0 up.
101.
And losing 4-3 will have hurt.
$100.
But even though he lost that match to Martin
So you
Adams,
require 167.
it hasn't really dented his chances of getting 4th position that much.
95.
He does need something sizable here to get on level terms with Joe. He's going to get something.
100.
That might do.
Joe, you require 72.
Both Whitehead and Davis, and indeed Martin Adams, are all on 6 points. So the race for 4th place is very much on. Double 16 for Joe.
Game Shaun the first leg.
That's very,
Joe
very
Davis.
tidy. And his first leg of the day, indeed, because he lost 4 legs to 0 in his first match. And his doubles this week, at times, have been very, very good indeed.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
On day 1 of this group, Joe Davis was the best on the outer ring. 51.85%.
135.
Yesterday, he was the worst. So maybe a lack of consistency with the game of Joe, but he is only 24.
100.
Still learning his trade. Came second in the World Youth Championship, of course, to Bradley Brooks.
98.
I can't believe that was back in November. It doesn't seem that long ago. Like I was saying, that Conan defeat
140.
to Martin Adams hasn't really hurt his chances because he is still currently in 4th position. Admittedly with the same points as Joe and Martin,
134.
but he has the best leg difference out of those 3 players. What is important now
91.
is what he does going
Only
forward.
You require 134.
2 double tops, maybe? Come on, Conan.
140.
He's been so close to really
you require
grasping shots like that this
170.
week. So close. That was a great attempt.
96.
Now he just has to find
Only
double
you
10
require 20.
to level things up at 1-all. Double 5.
15.
And if there has been a fault this week with Conan's
So you
game,
require
it's that he has
74.
let too many legs slip after having 3 darts at a double. Is he going to let this one slip?
34.
That's the second time today
Only you
that Joe
require
has
5.
really overshot on tops.
Game
double
Shaun
2.
the second leg.
And that will make
Colin
Conan feel a
Whitehead.
little bit better. We are levelled up at 1 leg all. This is, of course, a race to 4. And the grand scheme of things is trying to get to 4th place in the table. So
Third leg, it's
nobody
Joe
has
to
the
throw
advantage here.
first. Game on.
Maybe Joe has it slightly with the advantage of throw, but we've seen already this week
140.
that has meant very little in some games. Conan has had the measure of Joe this week.
140.
He's already beaten him twice. And yesterday, it was a very important win for Conan.
58.
It set him on a lovely path to finish Tuesday with positivity. And it was one of his best performances of the week.
125.
92.49 average in winning 4 legs to 0. 57% on the doubles and a high out of 103. We saw a very relaxed nature with Conan in that match. We're seeing a tiny bit more tension in this
124.
one. He's one of those players that, in my opinion, when they are allowed to let rip
92.
and do things at will, we might see the best of Conan, which we all know is a very high level of performance. He has a PB average of over 115.
137. Conan, you require 144.
Another one of those, please. He has been
92.
using that treble 18 more than any other player in the group. And he has
Joe, you
found himself
require
hitting
42.
it a lot. I think that was for a 10. Double 9.
33.
And ultimately, it did
Conan,
scupper
you
him.
require 52.
Great chance now for Conan to break the throw. Solid single.
James on the
Brilliant
third leg.
double.
Conan
And that is the
Whitehead.
break of throw that he craved after getting his first leg in leg 2. Now 2-1 up with that advantage of throw. You would think from here, as he has been the better player in my opinion, he should get the
Fourth
win.
leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
But it's never that simple.
45.
If indeed you want to get in touch at Darts Live League, as you can see in the bottom right of your screen, Facebook, Twitter and Instagram.
140.
I believe Conan will have come into today
140.
with genuine belief that he is going to get that 4th position. He might just want to do something a little different in playing on Thursday and Friday night instead of during the day, and having the
45.
opportunity, of course, in a 5-person group to be one of 3 players to make the finals on Saturday.
95.
From Monday to Friday, the only goal is to make Saturday. That's the one sole objective.
81.
Nothing else matters. You can have great performances, you can get a 9 data, you can get all sorts of big finishes. But if you don't get through,
105.
all of that means nothing. He understands this. He's been around the block a few times. He's played for his country. He's played for himself all over Europe.
90.
You've got to be in it
Conan,
to
you
win it.
require 116.
That's what this week is all about. He could be 3-1 up if he finds tops.
76.
He needs something like that to really bolster his belief.
Joe, you require 145.
He's had too many misses on the outer ring for his liking over the last 3 days. Oh, we're going to get another big out from Joe. Double 14. And he's done it again!
On the 4th leg.
Oh, where's that
Joe
come from?
Davis.
That has come from the clear blue sky, and I'd like to say that that's an isolated incident, but it is not, because he's hit exactly that finish 2 days ago against Martin Adams.
5th leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Quite extraordinary finish to get himself back in this match. Just a little hint
83.
of what Joe Davis is capable of. In match 11 on Monday, Joe Davis won 4-0 against Wolfie.
180.
As we get our first maximum of the match in leg 5. Joe Davis won with 103.66 average and took out 2 140-plus finishes. A 149 and a 145, that exact same way that we've just seen.
180.
We didn't have to wait long for our second 180. And hopefully, we're not going to have to wait long for our second consecutive 140-plus checkout. Because if we get it...
90. Conan, you require 141.
It will be perfection. And he gets the 60. But on dart,
85.
number 8. We were all holding our breath. I have to say, this game is statistically very good.
140.
Thanks to that 145 checkout.
You're requiring 56.
It is very, very close as well. Double top for an 11 darter. Has to hit this double 10. And does.
On the fifth leg.
A beautiful break of throw from Conan Whitehead, because when Joe Davis gets a streak on with finishing, it can be frightening. You can't leave him on something like 130. So very well done, Conan. You're 3-2 up.
Sixth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
This is a good performance.
43.
But his Achilles heel has been this situation. Getting over the line. I could wax lyrical for easily 5 minutes talking about all of the games over the last 2 days, and indeed this morning, that he has lost from winning positions.
140.
If I was to give him some advice, I would say, Conan, get aggressive, just go and get it. Don't even think about looking back.
100.
Because for me, when I watch him play, which I love to do, he is a wham, bam, smash kind of player. He throws those darts so hard.
100.
It's like he's tossing cabers. Don't feather those darts in when you're in these positions. Give them some welly. But he has got Joe Davis on his heels. But it looks like Conan is ready to finish the job, providing
98.
he can leave something doable, which he's just done. What pressure can be applied?
60.
Not a great deal.
Conan, you require 120.
Can he get a match dart? Yes, tops. Can he polish it off? Yes, he can. And this time he gets it done at the first time of asking. If he'd have done that against Martin Adams in his first game, he would have had 4 perfect points. But that was an excellent performance from Conan Whitehead. You can see that the 3-figure average doesn't lie on this occasion. He's 40% on doubles, and that is tournament-winning style form. But that is one of the best performances he has had all week long. So he is now in 4th position with 2 people trying to catch him. 2 from the top 3 are about to go head-to-head. So James Richardson comes back, and he's taking on Colin Osborne. This one could be very tasty. in our schedule here as we go straight into match number 6, where we will climactically bring to a close match 2 for all of the players. Really looking forward to this one because Shaun McDonald at the top may have company if Richardson wins. There you see, it is time for Osborne to be perfect. He has 4 matches left. The best he can do is now 22 points.
Okay, first leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
But make no mistake, with the clock ticking, if Osborne wins this game, that is a massive, massive blow
60
to Richardson's chances of topping this group. James has won now 6 matches straight.
85.
He may be thinking that he has to win 10 straight on Tuesday and Wednesday to actually get over Shaun McDonald.
41.
But the immediate scenario is as follows. James really needs this win. He needs it badly to get within 2 points of Shaun McDonald. Then next, he plays McDonald. If he can beat him and get the 2 wins from his next 2 games, he will be level on points with Shaun at the top of the table with 2 matches remaining each. And it would be a 2-horse race. Osborne is not out of it, but he needs a lot of help.
43.
It's not good for him that McDonald and Richardson are playing next because he can't really get a favour from anybody there.
134.
So it's going to take something rather remarkable for Osborne to come through this group. The likelihood is he's going to be playing on Thursday and Friday night with Jamie Clark, Chaz Barstow, and indeed a couple of others. Double 8 is in, and that was a really fast checkout. It's almost as if James Richardson didn't even aim for that double 8. Well, it worked. 1-0 up. He was looking very, very confident right there, was James. But when he gets that look in his eye and that sneaky aggression about his game,
100.
He's very hard to stop. Colin knows a thing or two about that.
100.
He did stop him in his first game of the week with his best performance of the week. 104.18. That was his 3-figure average. A high out of 113 and 57% on doubles. He's done very well since then.
140.
But James has done just a little bit better. He's got a high average for the week of 109.71.
60.
Those 2 stats are the best we've seen. Aside from, of course, the 106.69 from Martin Adams, which was part of the best match of the week against James, which was coincidentally his last loss.
58.
James seems to be relinquishing his throw a little bit too easily here.
68.
He was thinking he's getting a lifeline there, but Osborne comes back with a last start treble 20 to make things a bit more interesting for James, who finds his way to 83.
Colin, you require 108.
Choices. The choice is tops.
68.
And if James gets this,
James, you require 83.
it will be a consolidation of that first break of throw.
27.
I know what his plan was on the 83. He was trying to go 25 single 18 for tops.
James on the second leg.
It didn't work.
Colin Osborne.
And Osborne he goes rather conventionally straight 4 tops, and he gets himself to 1-1. I was a little bit flummoxed there, just seeing James go for 25 first. I really thought he was going to go for the treble 17.
First. Game on.
The problem with going 25 or bull on 83 is that you are looking at that shot as a 3-dart checkout. You're completely ignoring the fact that you can take it in 2, or indeed give yourself 2 for the leg. I'm not one to criticise ways for going for shots like that. Everybody's got their own little idiosyncrasies, but I personally think that that was the wrong thing to do.
134.
It's the equivalent, in my opinion, of when Eric Claris used to go treble 16, single 16, double 16 for 96.
140.
You have to use 3 darts for that checkout. Whereas if you go treble 20, double 18, if you hit the 60, you've got 2 possible shots to win the leg. Anyway, enough about that. Richardson is first to a finish in leg 3. And answers on a postcard about the 83. Do you remember when we used to do that? Used to write a postcard,
35.
Points of View, or another show around the world, and give your opinion. Nowadays, all you have to do is tweet.
$62.
Well,
you require 100.
That still didn't make much sense because he's still on a 3-dart checkout. If he'd have gone 19, then 25 and bull,
60.
He would have left a 2-darter. I'm seeing small holes in the tactics here from James. But he won't care if he puts a flake in it. Get out the monkey's blood, the sprinkles. And he's put the cherry on top because the cherry at the top of the board has just been hit. 99, and it's 2-1 up for James Richardson.
4th leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
See, that's the perfect way to hit a 99 because you put the cherry on the top.
96.
When you commentate on as many darts matches as I do, you've got to think of different names for different checkouts.
43.
The rate that Joe Davis is hitting 145 checkouts, we'll have to start calling that the Joe Davis. You may not be aware, but there are mumblings in the world of darts where 153 is now the Ed House. Because not once, but twice, he has hit a 9-darter in the PDC via a 153 out at the end, which is extremely unconventional.
140.
But very effective. So if you hit a 153 in a match against a friend, or indeed a competitor, just tell them that you've hit the Ed House.
26. James, you require 144.
For a 3-1 lead now. He's getting a lot closer to it. He's not going to go bullseye for 83 this
78.
time. He's not going to make that same mistake twice. But in all honesty, if he had gone for the 25 and bull with that last dart, I think
James
on that occasion,
66.
I would have seen sense in it. Double top.
46.
Misses on that occasion.
Colin, you require 100.
He's doing things today that are really puzzling me. Treble 19. Bullseye for 167.
132.
He gave it a really good try.
James, you require 20.
And Richardson is on notice.
10.
And misses double 10 after the pressure is applied by Osborne.
35.
Should be 3-1 up. Could well be level now. Maybe a sign that
Games
Osborne
require 10.
has not won enough legs today to fluff up his confidence.
James on the fourth
It is
leg.
Richardson who gets
James
that 3-1
Richardson.
lead, and he's very, very close now to putting Osborne in the race for possibly the 3rd spot on his own. It's not looking good for Colin.
To throw first. Game on.
3 matches left after this. And if Richardson gets 1 leg,
100.
he will be 4 points behind Richardson and 6 points behind McDonald. And of course, with that Richardson-McDonald match coming in match 8, Osborne is pretty much eliminated from the possibility of taking top spot.
60.
He may need an Adrian Gray style finish from week 3, where he won 12 legs at the expense of only 1.
100.
But in this sort of company, you don't expect that to happen.
$125.
What's really intriguing when you look at the table now, and it's changing every leg, is that if James wins by 4 legs
60.
to 1, he will be on 18 points, 2 points behind McDonald, but on the same leg difference of plus 19. That may have scuppered that chance, because that's a beautiful maximum from Aussie.
$100. Colin, you require 36.
Double 18 for a 13 darter.
James on the 5th
And that's more like it.
Colin Osborne.
And you can see that somewhat ironic smile from Colin, because he has tried very, very hard today with little to make him smile, but a little bit of a turn up of the old frown. And he's starting to feel a little bit better about his chances at 2-3 down.
On. $100.
These two will have played in local competitions against each other a lot. Inside
66.
professional darts, Colin has never lost to James, including a Players' Championship final in Germany 10 years ago.
180.
But outside of professional darts, including here, it is James who has the upper hand. He's only lost to Colin once, and that was on Monday. He's beaten him the other 5 times they've played here this year.
134.
But because of the proximity between where James lives in Rushden and Colin, who has been in the Midlands a lot of his adult life, they've played in some
60.
local competitions together.
James,
But it's looking like James is going to elongate his run against Colin in their head-to-head in amateur darts. Single 20.
47.
Leaves him well positioned on tops when he returns for the 4-2 victory to set up that heavyweight clash with Shaun McDonald in match 8.
55.
This is to be 2 points behind him
James, you require 40.
and to be undefeated when he plays him.
James,
That's
shot
exactly what
match.
happens.
James
It's
Richardson.
consecutive 13 darters, 1 from Osborne to get himself to 2-3 down, but a 13 darter it was from Richardson, gets him the victory, and it's a slightly better performance from what we saw a little bit earlier. That tantalises us ahead of that match in match 8, which comes up after the one which we'll see next, which is Martin Adams against Joe Davis. Davis still looking for his first win of the day. now time to see the bottom 2 players from the table, but there is still something to play for here because we have a race for the 4th spot, and Conan Whitehead on 8 points is about to get some company. Martin Adams, as you can see, is in 5th position, and if he wins here, same for Joe, they will join Conan Whitehead on 8 points. 5th and 6th position will play at 9:30 tomorrow morning and on Friday morning in Group C, in a group where only 2 players will progress from that group to the finals. But if you can get 4th position, you'll be part of a 5-player group on Thursday and Friday night, where 3 players will progress to the finals. That's what's on offer.
180.
So they're playing not only for the easier group, because 3 players go through instead of 2, but they're playing for a lie-in for the next couple of days.
100.
And for some dart players that I know, that's a lot of motivation. And I'm not afraid to tell you who I think the best sleepers are.
60.
Gary Anderson could sleep for Scotland, and Mark Webster could sleep for Wales. He's the kind of person who would fall asleep with just the click of the fingers. Quite an incredible skill to have.
140.
But this game does have something on it. And of course, for Martin, he's looking for his first victory against Joe all week.
85.
Joe seems to have saved his best for the former England captain. And when I say his best, I mean the best he has delivered at any point here at the Online Darts Live League.
41.
The way he played against Martin on Monday was a snapshot of what Joe Davis can do. It was a 3-figure average, a couple of massive checkouts. His doubles were exemplary.
60.
It was as close to the best that Joe can play that I have seen so far. As for yesterday, it was a very tight affair. 4 legs to 3.
100.
And the averages were both very similar, around the 83 mark. And it was one of those games that got away from Martin. But leg 1 here might not. And doesn't.
Shaun the first leg.
At times today, Martin Adams has looked very, very good indeed. The problem has been in his first 2 matches, he's allowed his opponent to get a lead. Well, he takes the lead this time.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first.
Early stages, of course. And the last thing you want to do if you're Martin is allow your opponent out to a 3-0 lead again.
125.
He allowed the 3-0 lead to Conan Whitehead. He came back and won 4-3 in match 1. He allowed Shaun McDonald the 3-0 lead. He was only able to get 2 back that time.
100.
But he's broken the streak. He's taken the lead this time. And how will the game materialise after that? Oh, that's very, very unfortunate. All of the momentum of that dart was taken by his flight. Hence why it did not punctuate the sisal. I had a couple of tweets about James Richardson's choice of going for 25 first on 83. People thinking it's a bit strange. Well, I agree. I do not believe it was the right way to go. But
85.
It didn't matter in the end because he got a 4-2 victory. And Colin Osborne is extremely close to being mathematically impossible to getting top spot.
100.
If indeed Shaun McDonald does win the next match against James Richardson and breaks his 7-match unbeaten streak, Colin Osborne
98.
will be in 3rd position in this table. come what may. Is Adams going to leave 91?
125.
Yes, he is. That pressure
Joe, you require 130.
has been applied. Treble 19's a must. No shot at double 18 to
53.
take this leg then.
Martin, you require 91.
So Adams is looking for his first break of throw. That bullseye looks very pretty. It'll look even better if this double 16's hit.
Game shot
that's
on the
gorgeous.
second leg.
15-dart break.
Martin Adams.
And this is classic Martin Adams. Gets the first leg hold. Beautiful break. And now he is swimming in a very, very nice blue sea of space
Third leg,
right now
it's Martin
at
to
2-0
throw
up.
first.
I don't know where I was going
Okay.
with that analogy. I think I was daydreaming about holidays there, which I think a lot of people
90.
are right now. What Joe was thinking about is a comeback.
6.
If he's going to have one, he's going to need to lift his average by at least 10. Because when Martin's getting to a double, he's finding it. He's had checkouts of 116 and 91.
60.
And when Adams has come into today, he's got every single license to feel relaxed. He knows he's going to play the next 2 days.
58.
He probably doesn't care whether it's on Thursday and Friday night or Thursday and Friday during the day. He will adjust for either. I personally believe that his game is more suited
85.
for the morning. Because if you look at the finishing time for Thursday and Friday night, it could be as late as 1:45 a.m. Now, does that suit Martin? I'm not sure it does.
100.
He strikes me as more of an early riser than a night owl. But time will tell
140.
as he sets up another doable out. And people are going after Joe today like a very weak left back on the pitch. They are trying to expose
190.
some of his weaknesses. He's playing
Martin,
some
you
good
require
darts today,
126.
especially in the last 2 games. But his opponents are being merciless.
$86.
He will only have 2 matches after this, as will
Joe, you
Martin.
require 164.
But just to get a leg, Joe might need this 164. He actually missed this shot on the bullseye against Martin on Monday. I'll go into that in a bit more detail in a second
136.
because it looks like Martin is going to take a
Martin,
3-0
you
lead.
require 40.
I don't envisage him missing this.
No score.
Well, that was my fault, I think.
Joe, you require
Every time I
28.
say that, they seem to miss. But Joe doesn't miss double 14, or at least he hasn't the last couple of days.
Game shot.
Oh, and that was
third
right in the
leg.
corner.
Joe Davis.
That's been a bit of a friend to him, that double 14. Not just then, but on 2 145 checkouts this week, as he has set it up with treble 20, treble 19, and, of course, that double 14. He's 2-1 down now.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Yes, that game that they played on Monday, I've talked about it a couple of times already in our broadcast for Wednesday. But there was one shot
78.
that he missed at double against Martin in game 11 on Monday. He was 3-0 up. He'd already taken out the 145 on double 14. He'd already taken out the 149
36.
on double 16. He left 164 for the match. Treble 19, and missed the bull for the 164. His average would have been
100.
A lot bigger than 103.66. And he would have had 3 finishes in a 4-0 victory of over 140. It would have been one of the performances that I would remember for the rest of my life. And indeed, I'm sure Joe would have.
44.
It just so happens he took out the 25 in the next visit without fault, and he had 80% on doubles instead of 100. Talk about nitpicking. But that performance was so good
80.
that even the misses in the game were remembered. You feel he needs a maximum to get back in this leg.
125.
He is still a dart behind, so Joe Davis is in command of leg 4. You can see that Joe is using a moulded flight.
140.
And I think that's a slight change from the last time we saw him here at the Online Darts Live League in Phase 1. He was using a normal flat flight, which you'd fan out when you get it in the packet,
100.
in the mail. But these moulded flights have become very, very popular
103.
over the last 2 or 3 years here in Europe. They've been used in Asia and North America for quite a few years.
51.
But darts players like trends. As soon as something becomes, inverted commas, fashionable, everybody wants to try it.
100.
And even Martin Adams, the eternal traditionalist,
52.
even he's using moulded flights. Double 16 will give us a level game.
Game
And
shot
that is
the
what we
fourth
have.
leg.
Joe
Joe
Davis has got himself off the canvas and done a very good job after being 2-0 down to some flawless finishing to Martin Adams. He has now got himself level after 4.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday, Martin was wearing his
100.
prostate cancer charity shirt, of which he has a few different ones. He's back to the shirt that he would usually wear in a World Championship today.
95.
He has the number 26 on his collar to signify how many World Championships he has actually taken part in. 25 of them were at Lakeside and 1 at the Indigo at the O2.
95.
Just imagine that. 26 World Championships. Off the top of my head, I don't know how many I played in, but
99.
it was more than I expected to play. A lot of people have asked me what the best day of my life is, and when I was driving home yesterday from the Online Darts Live League, I was thinking about that in length.
85.
And I think maybe the best day of my life was the day I beat Dennis Priestley at Alexandra Palace. I always say that's my favourite win of my career. I don't think that'll ever change.
81.
It wasn't just about beating Dennis that day. It was the whole day itself. It was who was there, who was around me, who witnessed it. And the game, of course.
45.
If there is a day I could relive, it's probably that. Just for the way it felt. I think it would be a really interesting question for Martin. What was the best day of his life?
134.
Is it dart related? Is it not? Well, Joe's career is just getting started. And his challenge for 2 points in this match
58.
is very much underway.
Joe,
Because
you require 92.
after being 2-0 down, he is now favourite to be 3-2 up. That leaves 75. And that leaves 61. little bit of a wry smile there because every
34.
dart that he delivered there did not find its target.
118.
And I think he's got every right to feel a little bit amused by what just happened. Well, Martin's a master at this dart, but he can't find the 60 this time to get a shot at double 19.
58.
Joe is a very hard
Now you
player to
require
read.
58.
He is a poker player of a dart player. Double top, and he will be smiling inside,
18.
but he may be frowning in a moment.
Martin, you require 60.
Tops. Just flick it in off that flight.
Game Shaun, the fifth
And that
leg.
is exactly what he
Martin
does.
Adams.
He finds the fifth leg. And that is a little bit of a sigh of relief there for Martin Adams because he was under assault from Joe Davis. Well, it is 3-2, and he's now trying to serve it out.
Sixth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Can he get the breaker through and win 4-2? Or will it be serving it out in leg
100.
7? He hasn't had a great deal of breathing space over the last couple of days. Even when he did get his first win today, he had to do so from 3-0 down.
100.
There have been a fair few 4-0s over the last couple of days, but when it comes to Martin Adams, he's not inflicted it on anyone.
57.
He hasn't been able to dominate. It seems a long time ago that he was winning 4-2 in his first match of the week. Since then, it's all become
100.
very, very arduous. Can Joe take us to leg 7?
100.
And it would be the first time we'd have a 7th leg in a match since match 1, which was that match I've just mentioned where Martin came back from 3-0 down to beat Conan.
140.
Martin desperately does not want that to be the case. When you're in this position at 3-2, or indeed in other formats where you're 1 leg away from victory and your opponent is 2 legs away.
57.
So it's the same situation as 5-4 in best of 11.
160.
You want to get rid of it now. You do not want to have to suffer the nerves of the last leg decider.
45.
Only a leave of 116, but the good news is that Martin has already hit that in this match. So he's looking for the bookend. A lot of people don't know what bookends are anymore. Do people still buy bookends?
57.
Anyway, as we go back to the darts,
Martin,
it is Martin who's looking for the bookend. He got the left one. He's looking for the right one. To finish the way he started. Double top. And he gets the bookend. Beautiful 4-2 victory for Martin Adams. And he now joins Conan Whitehead on the mark of 8 points in the race for the 4th position. So it's between those two at this point. But surely Joe will have something to say about it a little bit later on. Adams was the better player. He had the better average, as you can see, by almost 3 points. Slightly better on the checkouts as well at 50%. So a good performance from the former England captain. The next match is the biggest match of the week so far. It's Richardson against Shaun McDonald. And if it's a win for Shaun McDonald, he's got 1 foot in the finals. I don't think there is any doubt that this is the biggest game, potentially, of the year so far in the Online Darts Live League. This one is huge for this Group A table, and it may determine who comes through. McDonald, as you can see, the man from Aberdeen in Scotland, he's got the opportunity to take massive charge of this group if he wins against his closest rival, Richardson. But if Richardson wins this match, he goes top. And there will be 2 matches remaining for both players
Shaun to throw first.
at the end of this group.
Game on.
Shaun McDonald's run-in is as such after this. He has Joe Davis in match 10. He's beaten Joe Davis twice this week already. He will finish against Conan Whitehead,
97.
whom he has beaten twice already this week. So the run-in for him is fairly favourable. As far as James Richardson is concerned, he has 3 matches left today. This one,
60.
he has Conan Whitehead in match 12, and he has Wolfie in the very last match of the group. Is it going to come down to that point? If McDonald wins this match
60.
and the next one against Joe Davis, that match for Richardson, no matter what happens, will not matter. It will not affect the top spot.
180.
Visit number 4 in this leg gives us our first maximum. And Richardson is going to need plenty of those.
58.
He has been the best 180 hitter in this group. So far this week, he has hit 26 180s. Nobody's anywhere close to that. The next challenger, well, challengers are Wolfie and Osborne, but they're not even over the 20 mark yet. Things will get
100.
extremely interesting
James, you require
if James wins this
130.
game. They
90.
both came through in week 4, which was last week. So they've both played a lot of darts in the last fortnight. But it's Richardson who's getting the start here. All he has to do is find the full stop to leg 1.
96. James, you require 40.
Tops for a first leg break.
James on the first leg.
That is what you
James
call
Richardson.
plan A right there against your nearest rival for the top of this group. 13 dart break, and the control of this match is firmly in his favour.
Second leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
They've played each other twice this week, of
100.
course, and it's 1-1. You somewhat expected that. If you haven't been tuning in the last couple of days, I'm sure that statistic does not come as a surprise.
$57.
Think about the game yesterday. That was a bit of a shock because James Richardson won 4-0. How important is that 4-0 going to be when totting up the
60.
legs and points at the end of today? He averaged 100.2 in that match, 44% on doubles with a high out of 96. It was extremely efficient, and he caught Shaun
86.
at the right time because he tired in game 11 yesterday, only averaging 81. As far as Monday is concerned, it was Shaun who survived that match. He had the lesser average, but he had the better checkered percentage,
60.
winning by 4 legs to 2. And the key shot in that match was 128, with 2 treble 18s and double 10. That's what gave him the impetus.
132.
And with all of the experience that he's had against James in the last couple of weeks, you would say that this is, without a doubt, the most important game they've played against each other.
100.
Even with Saturday night's final taken into consideration, because they were both already through to the finals week, even when they played that match. This one could determine
100.
who gets through to the big money day of Saturday. Because let's face it, we know where they're playing. They love playing darts, whether it's for a packet of crisps or a big prize.
135. Shaun, you require 100.
But they're playing for cash. Big cash. And they want to get to Saturday. Got to glide this one over to find that 57, and he can't.
98.
So Richardson will eye up tops again.
James, you require 46.
If he finds it, he's halfway there. Double top.
Game Shaun.
Very, very good. And at
James
times
Richardson.
this week, tops has let him down. But at times, when he's played in that room, he has not missed it whatsoever. And he's having one of those games right here.
Third leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
When James played in week 1 of phase 2,
60.
by the end of the week on the Thursday and the Friday, where he was undefeated, of course, through the most of playing on Thursday and Friday, as he gets his second maximum of the match, he had double top on the end of a fishing rod, and he could have hit it with his eyes closed over his shoulder, looking the wrong way. He was hitting it that regularly. He's in again.
121.
He was eyeing up another chance for a 9-darter. But as far as this position is concerned, it's rather useful.
100.
Could he possibly inflict a second consecutive 4-0 against Shaun McDonald? Now, if he could do that, the leg difference position of these two players would drastically change. There would be an 8-leg swing.
29.
Richardson would go to plus 22, and McDonald would go to plus 15. That would change things massively. If you're Shaun right now, you cannot let that happen.
84.
And he is scrapping for everything he's getting right now. He's only averaging 84. Richardson is over 100.
131.
He is playing extremely well. Boy, is he timing this performance to perfection. And if Richardson is going to have another undefeated day, he is going to finish top of this group. And that would mean that McDonald would have to play tomorrow night and Friday night. He misses tops this time.
Game Shaun,
but not for long.
James Richardson.
At the very, very worst, he's going to lose 4-3. But on this form and the way that Shaun is playing, you don't envisage James Richardson not getting one more leg. Can he win by 4 legs to 0?
Fourth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
It's alarmingly similar to yesterday. Just before that dart was delivered, his average was exactly the same as the final average that he registered against Shaun in a 4-0 win yesterday. 100.2, which is even 15 darters. 60% on doubles. He's found a formula that can beat Shaun.
57.
He's putting the plan into play. There may have been a lot of people around the world having a wager on James winning this group based on what he did yesterday. And right now he is proving those people right. Because he was the only player out of all 6 yesterday to register 100 average. And he did so
85.
3 times. That's why he was so much better than everybody else yesterday. There has only been one player
97.
register 100 average today so far, and it's not James Richardson. In fact, Conan Whitehead is the only person doing that against Joe Davis in match 5. Oh, that is a huge maximum.
180.
Whether he went 19s or for the 180, it didn't matter. He wasn't going to leave a finish. But that could have changed this leg. Got to go 19s.
42.
That 180 has changed this leg. It was firmly in James's control. But now, Shaun is really digging deep.
139.
Well.
James, you require 160.
Let's just see if James can take this for the match. He could. And now he can't.
140.
So let's just survey what Shaun's
Shaun, you
done.
require 40.
This is for 359 in 7.
Game
It's
Shaun,
still very
four
good.
players.
359 in 8. 180, 139 to leave the double. That is world-class stuff after a pretty sketchy start to the leg. But like I said, he is digging deep and he's still not out of this.
5th leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
If he'd have taken that 359 in 7 darts, that will have been, in my opinion, just as impressive as Conan Whitehead yesterday taking 341 in 6. They're the kinds of ends to legs that people dream about.
100.
More chances will present themselves for James to finish this match potentially. It is Shaun's responsibility over the next 3 legs to make sure that James does not get a match dart.
100.
Keep him away from tops. That's the job. Easier said than done.
83.
It's like trying to keep me away from the cheese aisle in the supermarket. It's better to think that the cheese aisle does not exist. Look at this for an approach.
105.
Great tactics, decent execution, and a lead of 118. Not for long. Oh, look at that.
180.
What a huge 180 from James Richardson. His 3rd of the match. What did I say,
100.
Shaun? Don't
James
let him have a match dart.
138.
Sometimes you can let an opponent have this shot. He's afforded that luxury.
94.
But do
Shaun, you
not
require 100.
leave him on Motown. Got to find 60 or tops. Or treble 16. Had plenty of options. But that's the
84.
mistake from Shaun McDonald, letting James have that 3-0 lead
James, you require
and ultimately
44.
allowing him 4 tops to win 4 legs to 1, to go top of the table.
4.
But he's not there. He hasn't got the job done.
Shaun, you require 16. Game
Double
Shaun,
8 is
5th
good,
leg.
and Shaun
Shaun
dodges a
McDonald.
bullet, but he may have to dodge even more as there are 2 legs left potentially in this match. Can we see a 4-2 win for Richardson? Let's have a little look at leg 6.
6th leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
This one is delivering a little bit of an edge to it. Average of 97 for Richardson.
57.
92 now for McDonald. That's a really good recovery from averaging 84 earlier. He is chuntering to himself after every single dart. And every time he talks to himself, he looks more sinister than usual. I just get the feeling that even though Shaun McDonald is a really, really nice chap, he's got some sinister blood running through his veins sometimes.
$140.
He's a great dart player. We'll give him that. Can Richardson get to the finish first?
43.
I can't overemphasize this enough. If McDonald gets out of jail from 3-0 down and wins this one 4-3, Richardson has got all sorts of trouble, because he will know before he plays his next match, if he loses by 4 legs to 3 here to Shaun, that if Shaun beats Joe Davis, he will be safe and will have the number 1 position in Group A sewn up. So he cannot afford to lose this match. Oh, that was a bit of a wide, that last one. I can see the logic of going 25 or bull on dart 2, but the third dart was a wide. Treble 17. Gets it. Leaves double 18. Now McDonald, who I said might have to dodge more bullets to stop that from happening, he needs to find 65 more. Double 10. It's been good to him.
62.
Not right now. And it's 3 clean darts this time for Richardson. He missed 2 at tops.
James, you require 36.
In a previous leg. But he does not miss double 18. That's a huge result for him. He is going to go top of the table for now. And we are assured of a really good 2-horse race going into the final half of play today. You can see the averages. There's about a difference of 3 in there. The doubles percentages were exactly the same as the last match. Very, very interesting that. But the highest checkout, 46 and 40. That tells a story. But at the top of the table, they are both at 20 points now. The plot will thicken a little bit later. We'll take a break from that, and the third place finisher in this group, which is now sewn up for Colin Osborne, he comes back to take on Conan Whitehead. That's coming next. Past the halfway mark, and we're going to take a little bit of a break from the 2-horse race for the top spot in Group A here in Champions Week, as Colin Osborne will now take on Conan Whitehead, someone who is trying to protect his 4th placed position. As you can see, Osborne is safe in 3rd position. He now knows that with 3 matches remaining, this game against Conan a game against Martin Adams, and a game against Joe Davis. If he wins all three, he can get to 20 points.
Okay, first leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
But I think even he knows that James Richardson or Shaun McDonald will win at least one more.
39.
Osborne's final three matches of this group are against the bottom three
58.
players. So he's going to have a huge say in who finishes fourth. Whoever does not win this group will join, potentially, Osborne and Whitehead in tomorrow night's play.
180.
Great start from Osborne. But that position of tomorrow night is anything but safe for Conan at the minute. He has got some company on 8 points in the shape of Martin Adams. But he has the better leg difference. That's why he occupies
41.
fourth spot right now. Another reason why it's not going to be Colin's group is because of his leg difference. He is currently only 27 legs behind James Richardson.
180.
2 180s in the opening leg for Colin. And he's going to get a shot.
87.
Is the pressure off Osborne now because he knows he's going to be
42.
third? He can make that his home for the next three matches.
22.
But he might have
Conan,
this
you
leg
require
stolen away from
52.
him. His chance has come and gone. Double 16.
Game Shaun the
Conan
first
takes
leg.
full advantage
Conan
of that.
Whitehead.
He had to dodge a couple of bullets on his own throw at the start of this match, but he has been a slightly different player at the back end of yesterday and towards today's play. He's
Second
looking
leg,
very
it's
good.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
The way he has responded since losing his first match of the day, I have to applaud him, because he could have easily
85.
just said, you know what, this week it's not happening for me. Every lead I get, I seem to let it go. And I know players like that.
140.
They just think it's not going to happen. They feel negative. But Conan's not like that. He will continually try.
100.
And I think it's really important that Conan and Joe and Martin
85.
know that there is something on the line for this second half of play on Wednesday as well. I communicated to the players this morning that 5th and 6th position would play
100.
in the same time slot tomorrow and Friday, and that as a change to our finals schedule for Champions Week, 2nd, 3rd and 4th would go to tomorrow
85.
night. When I communicated that to them, they said, oh, okay. So that's the difference. That was as if to say to Colin, if I'm not going to get
81.
the top spot, I'm pretty much guaranteed to play tomorrow night. Whereas someone like Conan has said to himself, the one thing
91.
I'm playing for today is to get fourth
Colin, you
spot.
require 135.
There's the 35 taken care of.
95.
And 60 more.
Conan, you require
Beautifully
100.
left. However, 2 double tops.
40.
Didn't have to go that route, of course. He could have used the treble 16.
Colin, you require 40.
1 double top for
Game
Osborne.
Shaun the second
He's
leg.
been very, very
Colin
good
Osborne.
on that bed on the whole over the last couple of weeks. The Week 2 champion is now level at 1 leg all. We saw a little rolling of the eyes in that second leg. Will he be wide-eyed
Conan
as we
to
go into
throw
leg
first.
3?
Game on. 60.
It's a very telling camera angle. The shot that you have here of the player facing the camera almost. It tells us a story.
80.
It's not just to show you how the dart player throws the dart. It's the facial expressions you get from the players as well. It tells you how they're feeling.
60.
Some of the best pros in the world understand the concept of not showing your facial expression to your opponent. So if you are going to pull a face or
95.
show any sort of weakness, you do it in a spot that your opponent can't see. Do it behind the player.
45.
Only show positivity when they see you. That's dart psychology 101.
60.
That is a thing that James Wade was, and still is, a master at.
38.
When he was feeling good, he'd always show it. When he was feeling bad, he'd never show it. That's why his celebrations were always very visible.
140.
Osborne in position to get the lead
58.
with a break of throw.
Colin, you require 126.
Currently averaging just shy of 95.
$58.
That will have to suffice. He's averaging a good 20 more than Conan here. The scoreboard doesn't really reflect that.
180. Colin, you require.
And after that 180, that might change things. Got to be 13 bull now. Well, he hasn't got the 13. That maximum from Conan Whitehead has
28.
changed, possibly, not just
Colin, you
this
require
leg,
60.
but the entire match. It depends on what happens here.
$40.
That was a tricky shot. And
Colin,
that
you
is
require
the hurdle
40.
when you've got such long darts as Conan uses. Double 10.
Game
And Osborne
shot
takes the
further.
lead with a break of
Colin
throw.
Osborne.
Not without a little wobble at the end of that one. His average has come down somewhat. But if you'd have offered him this position at the start of the match, he would have definitely taken it. 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $85.
Colin is the winner of 7 PDC titles.
45.
Fairly similar to his good pal Jamie Caven, who has also been a part of the Online Darts Live League community this year. And unfortunately for
60.
Jamie, he had to pull out after 4 days due to a rotator cuff problem. We hope Jamie's on the mend.
81.
Colin, who has, when he graces a stage, one of the best walk-on songs, and a lot of people might think it is the best. Unbelievable by EMF, which is an incredibly apt song for him,
55.
because at times in his career he has been rather unbelievable. In a good way. Colin's very much a fan of 90s music. He's a bit of a closet raver back in his day.
30.
He likes a bit of dance music from the early 90s. Hence why he chose Unbelievable by EMF.
30.
He's a bit of a cool cat, as our Colin. If you ever get the chance to speak to him for a good 10 or 15 minutes, you'll get a lot of smiles. He is a very, very intelligent and amiable guy. And I've shared a few dinners and a few
135.
post-dinner drinks with Colin in my career. when we used to be sponsored by the same darts company. Used to be myself, Colin,
177.
Barry Bates and Wes Newton and Andy Hamilton. We used to have some good times. But that 177 has given Colin the chance to be 3-1 up here. 76 left.
54.
Nicely up. Did somewhat cautiously go for the double 18 double top route. Oh, it's not far away. That's a great try.
65.
But it's Osborne
Colin, you require 40.
for leg 4 to put himself one leg away from 16 points on the table. And that is exactly what he gets. It's not his best performance of the week, but the most important thing when you're playing against one other person is that you play better than they are. And right now, he is playing better than Conan.
Leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on. 60.
Just looking through some of Colin's stats in his career. His highest TV average was 101.73 at the Grand Slam back in 2010.
140.
That doesn't tell the story of how good he has been. His highest average in a major was 101.8.
100.
And that was at the European Championship back in 2009, and he beat me in the last 32 of that competition.
121.
If you want to know what the best tournament performance of all time is, I don't even think it's up for debate. It is without a shadow of a doubt the 2009 European Championship by Philip Taylor. If you look at every single performance in that tournament, there is nobody,
100.
and I'm not going to say on this planet, I'm going to say in this universe, that would have beaten him in that tournament. Could we see a 170?
Yes.
It wasn't far away.
89.
And he leaves 81.
Conan, you require 80.
Can Conan keep this match going? Oh, he's missed tops. Oh, he doesn't get a shot.
60.
Just too much adrenaline on that single
Conan,
dart.
you require 81.
And now Osborne can finish it by 4 legs to 1. Conan can't believe it. Single 12. Single 12.
32.
Second time in the match he's missed a single.
Conan, you
And
require
he's just given the
20.
dartboard a bit of a hacky look. Double 10 for Conan after the step to the left.
Game Shaun,
Beautifully done, and he's still very much alive. Trying to flip things around from earlier. He's the one who has the deficit this time. He was the one who created the deficit in match 1. Can he find his way to 4-3?
Sick flag, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. 60.
We have an intriguing match coming next between Joe Davis, who is without points today so far, similar to Colin, who has not registered a win yet.
100.
But he and Conan are the last to complete 3 matches for the day. But Joe is up against Shaun McDonald, who is now in 2nd position in the table on leg difference. Any win against Joe, and Shaun will return to the top and put pressure on Richardson, who plays Conan Whitehead actually in his 4th game of the day, and that is in match 12.
100.
A couple of groups we have seen go to the wire, and indeed go to the very last game,
100.
the 45th game of the group. Are we going to see the same today? The last game is Adams versus Richardson. And James may have to win that match to win the group. Conan has to win this leg to give himself a chance
90.
of registering 2 vital points in the race for 4th place. This one is just getting away from Colin a bit.
60.
And Conan's
Conan,
got some
111.
breathing space here for the first time in a while. $72 left.
75.
Very, very good, because that leaves his favourite double. What he'll need for a bit of 7th leg confidence is a clean take on this double 18.
140.
I think he's about to apologise to Colin because he accidentally dropped his dart there. I don't think it helped his rhythm either. But it didn't matter because it's 3-3 now.
Whitehead.
And there is something on the line, of course, for Conan. He's trying to get that 4th spot. And if he can win from 3-1 down, his confidence will go through the roof.
7th and final leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on. $43.
Conan will have a big say in where he finishes in the table, but he will also have a big say on who wins this group. Because his last 2 matches of the
60.
day are against the 2 people chasing the Group A title. He's the spoiler. And at the same time, he's trying to help himself. There are a lot of games in Group A. But when you get to Wednesday lunchtime,
140.
there are things to think about.
$100.
Just another one of those tons where Conan only got the 1 treble, and it was at the start of the visit. So it's what we call a bad ton. A good one is where you get the 60 last. He's going to get more than the ton here. He's got the lot.
180.
The last chance for him to hit a 180 in the match, and he finds it. And it looks like Osborne is going to lose from 3-1 up.
95.
So Whitehead is trying to do what people have done to him by hitting double 16.
$22.
Not yet. But if this 161 goes, this would be some way to finish the match. That's right in the middle. That one only just misses the 51.
97.
Heart and mouth stuff there for Conan Whitehead.
Conan, you require 16.
He's already missed 2. He's done everything right to get the comeback. Apart from hit, double 4.
12.
And 5 match darts have been missed.
Colin, you require 64.
Is he going to be punished? It's tops. That's a great hit. Double 10. And Osborne breaks Whitehead's heart.
Colin Osborne.
Oh, that was a game that'll put years on your life. You're 3-1 down. All of a sudden, you drag yourself back into contention at 3-3, and you master the last leg. But the only thing that Conan didn't do was hit the final double. He ended up missing 5 match darts, and Osborne doing what Ozzy does, just stealing points away. Shaun McDonald is trying to steal points away from Joe Davis, as I just double-check it. And that match will come next in match 10 to finish up 2/3 of our action today. It is to see if Shaun can get to the top of the table. Pressure is firmly on Shaun McDonald as we go into match 10 of the day. Joe Davis, who is still trying to get that 4th position in the table, will feel a little bit of pressure because of that, but Shaun has got the majority of it. There you see 3 players tied on 8 points at the bottom, and a win here for Joe, and he will go into 4th spot. But most importantly for this group, Shaun McDonald behind on leg difference to the person who defeated him in his last match. Now needs a win to put pressure back on James before he plays against Conan Whitehead in match 12.
Okay, first leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
It's going to be toe-to-toe stuff here for the 4th place race and, of course, the top spot. If Shaun wins, James has to win. If Shaun wins this game and his last game against Conan, James knows he can't lose 1 game out of his last 2. And if he does, he will return tomorrow and Friday. And Shaun won't. He'll be in the finals. Fine margins.
180.
But is Joe Davis about to throw a spanner in the works? He has not defeated Shaun this week.
83.
Now, you may ask me as a dart player, how would I feel if I was in Joe's shoes against someone who was shooting for the title of
83.
group champion? Not much pressure on Joe because he's going to play tomorrow and Friday, whether it's morning or night. He probably doesn't care. He's 24 years old. Doesn't care about much. Just loves playing darts.
96.
He's a very laid-back guy.
Joe, you require 98.
But make no mistake, if I was in his shoes, I'd want to spoil the chances of my opponent.
38.
A lot of the time this week, Shaun has won from this position in a leg. He has approached well.
96.
Like he has there. His opponent has missed, and he's taken the 3-darter out. That's why he's got so many points. But it's tops for Joe.
Game shot,
and that's a lot better
Joe
Because
Davis.
earlier in the day, when he was going for tops, one occasion it nearly missed the board. The other occasion it was way above tops. But this time, he's absolutely perfect for a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
You might wonder why Shaun's little finger points up as he addresses the board there. We'll try and put
41.
a thumb and 3 fingers on the barrel. It's the natural position for gripping something if you're using 4 fingers. Because if you put the little finger low
58.
in the same line as the other 3 fingers, your hand is so bunched together that you can't throw a dart. So the fanned out little finger is just to keep the hand open.
58.
It's not a grip that I would coach. But it is distinctively Shaun. I think if I was to coach a stance,
100.
maybe a grip, a set position, and the majority of the time a release, I'd say looking at Joe Davis is a very good example. Because fundamentally, he is as good a thrower as you would find.
81.
Who's to say that Joe Davis over the next 10 years isn't contending at the highest level? Because technique-wise, it is very, very accomplished.
96.
At 24 years of age, you might just be finding out what you're capable of. You might be finding out what equipment really works for you at a premium level. I've never seen any
100.
dart player in the Online Darts Live League drink so much water. Every single visit is followed by a drink of water by Joe Davis. He is one thirsty boy. But it's a good tactic for 2 reasons.
140.
1, you always need water to make sure that you're nice and lucid. And it's also a good technique to do something when your opponent is throwing. He's using up
57.
time to do something instead of thinking too much.
Joe, you require 107.
For 2-0, he's going to need another visit. Maybe a single 14.
75.
And Shaun's in trouble. Because
Joe,
Joe is playing well.
64.
Shaun is not yet. He doesn't want to have to come from behind. And he might have to. Back down to treble 19. Oh, you can just get another
190.
bullseye and set up the small number.
Joe, you require 32.
Double 16 for a 2-0 lead. This is for a break of throw as well.
28.
He doesn't find it, and Shaun is one lucky Scotsman
Shaun, you require
to have this
45.
chance of equalising at 1 leg all. Double 16 for him. And Joe
Game Shaun, the second leg.
is
Shaun
not too
McDonald.
pleased. I was just looking at his facial expression in the background there. He doesn't give a great deal away, but I don't think he's too pleased that he let that leg go. It's just been one of those days for Joe.
Third leg, it's
But
Joe
Shaun
to
is
throw
clinging on.
first. Game on.
Shaun from
100.
the Aberdeen area of Scotland, which has given us a few very talented dart players. First and foremost, the Highland legend, that is John Henderson, who lives just down the road from Aberdeen in Huntly. If
93.
you've never visited Huntly in the Highlands, you might want to have a little drive through it. It is absolutely stunning. Those typically big bricked or big
95.
stoned buildings, which are something to take in. I remember going through Huntly quite a few years ago on a bus on my way to a town called Keith. Another beautiful part of Scotland.
91.
And there was about 3.5 feet of snow, which made it look even prettier. But the Aberdeenshire area has given us the likes of Jamie Bain.
57.
Another fine dart player. We haven't seen a great deal of in the last 18 months, but I'm sure he'll be back.
$100.
When you live in the Aberdeenshire area, most people work in the oil industry. When you land in the airport at Aberdeen, there are posters for the oil industry everywhere.
140.
Because that is, of course, the port for taking people out to sea who work on the rigs. Shaun is not someone who works offshore, but he may have some clients who
60.
do, because he is an accountancy genius, apparently.
Joe, you require 109.
Someone who knows how to work with numbers. That's handy in a game of darts. Shaun, once again,
93.
is eyeing up a very big out.
Shaun, you require 157.
And he might need it on this occasion. He needs more mistakes from Joe.
100.
This one is just getting a little bit
Joe, you
arduous
require
for
60.
Shaun McDonald. You can't keep relying on your opponent missing. That's a very, very dangerous game plan.
Game
And this time, Joe does not mix.
Davis.
Oh, he does not miss. Sorry, mix. What am I talking about? Anyway, he could be 3-0 down, Shaun McDonald, and he should count his lucky stars that he is only 2-1 down. So he's got to play well here.
First. Game on.
When he gets to the double, he's all right. The problem in this match has been getting there before Joe.
60.
He's not been able to do it. You look at the averages and they reflect that. 93.69 for Joe, 86.81 for Shaun. That tells me that Joe is either a dart or a visit ahead all the time.
100.
Talked about dart players from the Aberdeenshire area. What about the Sussex area
43.
that Joe Davis is from? Well, I immediately think of someone like Rob Cross. He's from East Sussex, as is Adrian Gray. Both who have played,
58.
and in Rob's case, won a World Championship. The south coast of England is a hotbed for darts. The likes of Shane Burgess,
100.
multiple major finalist. If you want to hear a story about times in darts,
140.
you'd have to say that maybe Shane Burgess is the best storyteller, or one of them anyway. Maybe not the best. I think Bobby George is the best. McDonald in trouble again, and I really do think 18s is the shot here.
99.
It was most definitely not that. Now, I know that's a very honest statement, but that was not right. You do not want to be left on 199. The single 18 would have left 200, which puts you 4
95.
darts away from the leg. Admittedly, you're still 4 darts away from the leg on 199, but if you'd got the treble 18, it would have left 164. It's just a more even number to leave something more doable, in my opinion.
59.
You don't want to be on 399. You don't want to be on 299. And you most definitely don't want to be on 199.
Joe, you require 108.
So I think there, someone who was very astute with numbers has made one of his first mistakes of the week. And he may be made to pay for it. Double 16.
76.
That far away from a 3-1 lead.
Shaun, you require 140.
Well, to Shaun's credit, he's taken the 9 off the top. And it's now 60 for 2 double tops. Or 2 60s for double 10. He's not going to take it now, but he has taken it at some point this week.
100. Joe, you require 32.
Took it against Conan yesterday in a 4-0 win. Is he 3-1 down?
Game's on the fourth leg.
There's your answer.
Joe
Davis is spoiling Shaun McDonald's chances of winning this group, and this is massive, massive news for James Richardson, who plays in a couple of games' time. So, Shaun, you've got to get a move on.
Fifth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
At this point, every single day this week, Shaun has shown signs of flagging a little bit.
60.
In match 12, on Monday, he lost to Colin Osborne 4-3. He was in control of that match and lost it at the death. He only averaged 88 when he'd been averaging much better than that throughout the course of the day. Yesterday, in match 11, he lost 4-0 to James Richardson, which is, of course, key because that's who he's duelling with for the top spot. You could say that James played really well with a 100 average. But if you look at Shaun's stats, 81 average, that was a tired display. And this one here, where he's averaging 84, I'm sorry to say, is the same.
96.
But as much as I'm bringing those to your attention, I can completely understand it. Last week he played 6 days. He played 15 matches on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
96.
He played another 10 in the next 2 days. Then another 5 on the Saturday night.
$81.
As far as darts matches is concerned, nobody has played as much as Shaun in the last 10 days. And if he is a little bit tired, I completely understand it.
100.
But a loss to Joe here, and he might have to play it the next 2 days again in a different group from scratch. And there is no guarantee that he would make the finals
99.
looking at that Thursday night group of Jamie Clark, Chaz Barstow especially, who's had a great season so far. He'd be up against Colin Osborne again. And potentially Joe. Because if he wins this match, he's going to go into 4th position.
60.
For now.
Shaun, you require 100.
For the 3rd time in this game, Shaun has been left on something huge like this, with Joe ahead of him. And on all 3 occasions, he has not been close to clicking it off.
57. Joe, you require
This
89.
is to deal a massive blow to McDonald's chances of winning the group. 20 for Bull. First match dart.
55.
Oh, he's left himself on double 17.
Shaun, you require 110.
He's going to have to dig so deep, he's going to feel his socks. Single 18. For double 16. That is extraordinary.
Fifth flag.
Boy, is he working
Shaun
hard for
McDonald.
that. You can see by the glare at the board just how much poise he is needing just to get a shot at the double 16. He is very much alive in this match now at 2-3 down.
Sixth flag, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
He's a fairly slow player as it is, but I think he's going to be a little bit more deliberate going forward in this match. He's going to give every single dart its full attention. And if he gets out of this match with a win, it will educate us even more about the quality of Shaun. There is no guarantee, of course, that Joe will be able to accompany Shaun in the scoring stakes in the next two legs. That 110 checkout may have just galvanised the adrenaline levels of McDonald, which, when you're tired, is extremely needed.
99.
I remember playing in Q School about 4 years ago, and it was my first Q School experience, and didn't understand just how hard it was.
41.
On day 2, in fact, I'll talk about day 1 first, because I lost to Nathan Aspinall in the second round. But is that 4-2 defeat, or whatever it was at the time, seem a little bit better now?
96.
But on day 2, 3 and 4, there were times where I've never felt so tired on a dartboard because we were working for so long. That's pretty similar, I'm sure, to what Shaun is feeling right now. He's having to dig super deep for every single dart. And so far, it's working. He might only have to dodge the one dart for the match.
58.
Which was missed at the bullseye by Joe a matter of minutes ago.
.47. Shaun, you require 112.
This is fairly similar to the shot he's just taken. He needs the treble on dart 2 this time. He's got 87 left.
42.
This is where a 180 comes in handy. You've never been in the leg, but if you can throw a 180 here, your opponent is going to feel really bad.
128.
Doesn't get the maximum,
Shaun, you
but that is a very,
70.
very handy 2 treble visit. That treble 18 has got a black eye in the last 3 darts.
62.
2 misses there for leg 6. And maybe treble 18 is beckoning again.
Joe, you require 134.
Because you find that. And 2 double tops are calling. 2 double tops. These players
94.
have hit that treble 18 4 times from 4
Shaun,
on
you
approach
require
to these
8.
shots. But McDonald knows he can't miss this time. And he doesn't. He is working
Shaun
still
McDonald.
very hard. And he still has a chance of getting out of this game with 2 points. We are down to a last leg decider to see if Joe can get to 4th position and if Shaun can get to 1st.
7th and final leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
I genuinely don't think having the throw here means anything. Now, I say that with a light heart because, of course, it's advantage Joe.
140.
It most definitely is now with a 140 start. But it's fairly even between these two. Averages are both in the mid-80s.
133.
Doubles are fairly similar. They've had the similar start to this last leg. It has been the longest match of the day.
$60.
Joe knows a thing or two about close matches. Just think back to that World Youth Final with Bradley Brooks, which he lost in a last leg decider.
$58.
I remember accompanying Joe to Wigan once, where he was playing against Leung Kai Fan of Hong Kong, and a 10-leg match took over 45 minutes.
121.
I think I remember him saying to me after that match, "Is my hair grey?" Well, this is only best of 7, but it has been an enthralling encounter. Doesn't get to the
100.
finish. Needed the extra 60 to get to 170, so Joe Davis remains in command. Half a dart in front, and should get the first shot for the match from here. In this leg, of course, because he's already had a shot
55.
at the bullseye 2 legs ago. James Richardson will be in the practice room now with his palms together, hoping that Joe Davis takes this 1-2-5.
58.
Even if he doesn't,
Joe, you require 120.
it's likely that Joe has 6 from here. $60 for tops.
65.
He leaves 60. Time
Joe, you
for
require
some heroics, Shaun.
152.
What have you got in your locker? You've only got one match after this, and this shot potentially. It's not going to go. So he has dodged one miss at the bull from Joe Davis
44.
to be defeated.
Joe, you require 60.
He may have to dodge 2 more at tops. Well, it's double 10. And it's good.
Game shot and the match.
Shaun McDonald's chances
Joe
of winning
Davis.
this group have been dealt a huge blow by Joe Davis, who takes the 4th position in the table. You can see that the average is better from Joe. The doubles statistics don't really tell the story, but that 60 checkout at the end, it was good enough to sneak the win eventually. So what James Richardson has to do in the next match, it's very clear, but we're not going to look at him first. We're going to look at Colin Osborne against Martin Adams. into the final third of our action here at the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday, and the climax and the winner of this group is yet to be determined. As you can see from our table there, all three players at the bottom of the table in their own little peloton are tied. Martin Adams, who is still in the race for 4th spot, will have to beat Colin Osborne here. He's assured of being in 3rd spot.
Okay, first leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Not because of his points, because he can still equalise the 20 points total of Shaun McDonald and James Richardson, but his leg difference is vastly
60.
different. That is something he cannot change. So he's going to be 3rd. And he will play tomorrow night and Friday night, live on Sporty Stuff TV here in the UK and live on YouTube
100.
via the Online Darts YouTube channel. Jamie Clark and Chaz Barstow will make their way here tomorrow and will be joined in the evening session by Colin, by one of the players in the bottom 3
180.
and the player that doesn't win the group. That previous game won by Joe Davis. That was his first win against Shaun this week.
83.
And it was a bit of a spoiler, because when James Richardson plays next against Conan Whitehead, he can have genuine distance between himself and Shaun for the first time this week. And not to toot my own horn, but I did say on Monday morning that 24 points would win this group.
60.
I have enough experience of sitting in this chair, admittedly. But if Richardson registers 24 more points, or 24 points in total, he's going to win the group. 50 points will win the leg for Osborne, and he's decided to go for it. Not really sure why. Maybe because Martin is so far adrift.
$140.
He's not as adrift now.
Colin, you require 43.
Double top.
Game Shaun,
And he
the
books
first
the
leg.
first leg
Colin
in 14
Osborne.
darts. A very tidy return there for Colin, who has started this one with a bit of pep in his step. Really good to see that he's still motivated with 2 matches to go. Osborne 1-0 up.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
This is where, as a professional dart player, you need to try and find something to think about going into tomorrow. This is what Conan Whitehead did brilliantly yesterday.
81.
He had a bad first day. He had a bad first half of day 2. But he won his last 2 matches of Tuesday. And as a consequence today, has
100.
played better. He might not have got the points that he maybe deserves, but if Osborne can win this match and the next, he will feel good about his chances come tomorrow night.
100.
And don't forget, he can still get the 20 points for Group A, which is a fabulous effort.
140.
If he does that, he will have won 10 matches from 15. That sounds pretty good to me, especially with the company he's been keeping.
100.
If Martin does not get 4th position, he will be back at 9:30 tomorrow morning, playing against Greg Ritchie of Scotland, Richie Burnett of Wales, Jared Cole
82.
of England, and Scott Marsh of England. And in that 6-person group, there will be 2 spaces on offer for Saturday's Champions Week finals.
$100.
The ideal score from 179, of course, is 139.
59.
But he has to settle for a lot less than that.
So you require 120.
That is not what he ordered. He got pesto instead of ketchup.
80.
But he eventually
Colin,
finds the
require
salsa.
120.
Is Osborne going to be dancing his way all the way to tops? For 2-0.
80.
Oh, there was a definitive clip of wire there.
Martin, you require 40.
Very, very close to being 2-0 down. But Adams needs tops to be 1-1.
20.
That will be music to the ears
Colin,
of Osborne.
You require 40. Game Shaun.
In it goes, and Osborne in no
Osborne.
time whatsoever is 2-0 up against the former England captain. I get the feeling the motivation for Osborne is to try and get to that 20-point mark. And if he does, he will feel very, very good going into Thursday.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Colin will be disappointed that
He's
been left out in the cold
180.
by McDonald and Richardson, but he could well finish really, really strongly here against Martin and against Joe Davis in his last match. And just say,
55.
I'm still around. I might see you on Saturday. And if I do, watch out. Hang about.
180.
Speaking of things that may cheer him up, one of them might be a 9-darter.
66.
He is
Colin, you
blitzing
require 141.
Martin Adams off this dartboard. He's not going to get the perfect leg.
45.
But all the same, he is hugely in front. In a week where everybody seems to have had the answer against Wolfie. A couple of games
96.
aside, of course.
Colin,
People
you
have
require
found big
96.
checkouts. They've found back-to-back 180s in this case. But a lot of people have found a way to beat Martin Adams,
56.
which is a very, very difficult thing to do. Osborne's average is very, very high.
125.
It will remain that way if he
require
finds
40.
tops with the first dart here.
Game Shaun.
That's exactly what he does. That's a
Colin
13 darter for a very quick fire 3-0 lead. Very reminiscent of what we saw from Conan Whitehead in match 1 today. But Martin won that match. Can he win from 3-0 down again?
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Well, when there is a difference in the averages of about 18, you wouldn't expect so. But twice today, Martin has kicked in from 3-0 down.
100.
In match 1 against Conan, he started playing brilliantly from this point. When he played in his next match against Shaun McDonald,
100.
he started playing brilliantly from 3-0 down, but ultimately only got the 2 legs in a 4-2 loss. You can't keep giving people a 3-0 lead in best of 7. It's not a winning formula.
41. $55.
Got to stay in those trebles if he stands any chance of just getting a
96.
leg in this match. He's going to stay on the 60 there.
100.
Not sure that was the right play. Maybe the 18s were calling. Just trying to survey the action of Osborne. No point looking at the Adams throw because it's remained the same throughout his career. But Osborne's has changed in the last decade. There's a bit of a...
60.
When he brings the dart up towards his eye line,
You require 141.
the dart tends to twist a little bit. It's a throw more about timing than anything else now. Whereas it used to be about perfect fundamental
89.
positions and a really graceful follow through. It's all about timing these days. Getting a position with the extended arm, bringing it up,
81.
and then getting some fluidity with it.
Martin, you require 52.
It's working so far. Double 16.
Game shot.
First leg of the match for Martin Adams, who hasn't had a great deal of joy this week. And he might not get joy from this game because at 2 legs behind, he's having to find 3 straight again just to grab another 2 points.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Whitehead, Davis and Adams all on 8 points. Davis has already played his penultimate match. So he only has the possibility of getting to 10 points. If Martin Adams loses this game here, it is without a doubt advantage Conan Whitehead
68.
to see who gets 4th position. But there is a big caveat with that. He's got to play James Richardson next and then Shaun McDonald to try and get more points.
85.
It's conceivable that potentially Wolfie, Whitehead and Davis don't win another match and they all finish on 8 points. If that happens, James Richardson will win the group.
100.
Make no mistake, when we see Richardson next against Conan, Shaun McDonald is praying for a Conan performance.
70.
It's advantage Osborne. And in the table, it's advantage Richardson. When you can't move in the table, he can't get to second.
60.
Because of leg difference. He's not going to be caught by the 4th position. Osborne is in a very comfortable place. He can just play. And that's one of the reasons
60.
why we've seen some great stuff from him in this match. He's just playing. There's no agenda. He just wants to beat Martin.
135.
And you can see how much. He's looking for the perfect record against Wolfie this week. 3-0. That in itself
92.
is very impressive. He beat him 4-3 on Monday.
Colin, you require 41.
He beat him 4-3 yesterday. It might not be 4-3 today. And it isn't. It's 4 legs to 1.
Colin
Osborne completes the trifecta against Martin Wolfie Adams, and he solidifies and bolsters his 3rd place position in the table with a very comfortable display, as you can see. 57% on checkouts is very, very accomplished. 94 average, one of his best performances of the entire week. Very, very good indeed. But we turn our attention next to James Richardson, who takes on Conan Whitehead. If he wins, he will have a 2-point gap at the top with only 1 game to play. the table, it is advantage James Richardson, but that advantage is now put on the line as he takes on Conan Whitehead, who has 2 matches remaining, similarly to JR180. We're going to go down to the board now to see these two guys go at it. What is going to happen? There you see the table. And the most important statistic, really, is the 13 for James. He has played 1 less match than Shaun. But at the conclusion of this one, everybody will have 1 match left in the group. Will Richardson have the same points as McDonald going into the last match they have? Or will he be ahead?
Okay, first leg, it's James to throw first. Game on. 57.
It has been quite a display from James Richardson over the last couple of days. He is 8 matches unbeaten. He is leading in the Group A table overall. He's leading the daily table today. He led yesterday's daily table. It makes for brilliant reading. But the job isn't done. Oh, that job is nowhere near done yet.
140.
And no matter what he does here in this match, even if he wins 4-0, the job isn't done. Conan Whitehead right now is his enemy. He needs to beat him. But as soon as he puts in the match-winning shot, potentially,
78.
if he can, at that moment, Conan Whitehead becomes his best friend. Because he takes on Shaun McDonald in his final match.
100.
If Conan picks up the victory, he may dislike Conan for about a second, because then he will want
64.
Conan to beat Shaun. Oh, the complexities of group play. Isn't it wonderful?
Well,
we're all looking forward to a darting summer, and the World Match Play is on our horizon.
130.
Neither of these players has ever graced the Winter Gardens. But James Richardson, the European MAD champion, may have some defences over the summer.
100. James, you require 32.
It's double 16 for the first leg on the throw.
24.
That wasn't ideal.
Require 80.
He hasn't spent a great deal of time in that region of the board, whether it's double 16, double 8 or double 4. But Conan goes for the top left.
60.
And had to miss the dart. He hit the wall.
James, you require 8.
This should be easier.
James,
and it was.
Leg.
It's
James
20
Richardson.
darts, and he doesn't care about how many darts it is as long as it gets the leg. That's 1 down and 3 to go as he takes a 1-0 lead here. And I'll explain what I mean about easier in a second.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
When you throw as fast as James Richardson does, when you're transitioning from double 8 to double 4, the body
100.
position has to change. You're throwing across your eye line to double 8 if you're a right-hander. And then you have to change to an open body position for double 4.
84.
He wants to stay in rhythm. He doesn't want to step back and recalibrate. So I think double 8 to double 4 for James is a very difficult shot.
100.
What is easier is the next visit where he's automatically on double 4 and doesn't have to switch. Case closed.
85.
As someone who looks at technique a lot, that's the kind of thing that
100.
I study, which makes me a bit of a darts nerd, which isn't exactly a bad thing. Depends how much you love the game of darts.
60.
In my case, I most definitely do. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
100.
One of the things that you have to do to be a great dart player these days is potentially sacrifice something. And I don't mean
105.
a bit of livestock on an
Conan, you
altar.
require 101.
It's maybe time with your family. Maybe it's a little bit of money. Or something of that ilk.
53.
Everybody's got a story of sacrifice for their chosen art.
$64.
James has got a great supporter in his partner, Carolyn. But Conan is supporting himself right here with a beautiful, clean 48 out. And I'm sure his partner, Cheryl Lee, was watching on with that one going in. This game is finally poised at 1 leg all. This is so important for this Group A table.
James to throw first. Game on.
You have to sacrifice stuff to put in the hours that you need.
180.
Both partners of these players will definitely understand that. The times
100.
when James has come back from a league match or indeed a tournament and he's a little bit stroppy. I'm sure Cheryl Lee has seen Conan come back from a tournament and he's in a bit of a bad mood.
100.
To all of the partners around the world that put up with us dart players, I salute you because we are nightmares sometimes.
92.
We can be awful to live with. And for everything we've ever done wrong because we've had a strop about a loss, we apologise.
140.
We live for the good times. But there are always going to be bad times too.
93.
Conan right now
James,
is in position
81.
to take 4th place in this table. But a large loss in this match won't help his cause.
Shaun
And he's 2-1 down
Richardson.
thanks to a fantastic 12 darter there from James, who didn't have to go 12 in bullseye to get the 81 out eventually. But he finds the treble 10 and the double 16. And he is ahead after 3.
It's Conan to throw first. Game on. $100.
His leg difference in 4th position right now is -5. His closest challenger, Martin Adams, has the same points, but an inferior leg difference by 7. So if Conan is to protect his 4th position and still loses this game, he's got to get as many legs as possible.
$100. $39.
He definitely wanted more than that because on his throw, he has handed the advantage to James Richardson. And he is taking it with both hands.
140. $100. James, you require 121. $62.
That was the route for 121, but he didn't get the shots he required. But he has another visit.
James,
to be 3-1 up against Conan right here. This is Dream Street. Double top. Double 10.
39.
You can just feel a little bit of tension creeping into this
game.
game.
82.
17 for tops. Oh no. That's not what you want at that point. And he's got a dart in his hand that he can't use to win the leg.
James,
and Richardson
20.
is one lucky boy to have 3 darts at double 10.
No
but
score.
he can't find it.
Conan, you require 40.
Oh, that is a strange turn of events.
Game
And
shot
that is a
full
hold of
flag.
throw in the end in
Conan
20 darts.
Whitehead.
But James Richardson will be possibly thinking to himself, how did I lose that leg? Everything went his way, but he just could not find the end product. And it's
His leg is
2-2.
James to throw first. Game on. $140.
Had a lovely text from Darren Beveridge via Twitter just now. He's watching the live league at home.
125.
But he said that he's stuck isolating in the house. So what better to do than play darts and watch the live league? Well, Darren, he's saying good luck to the Scottish lads. Well, good luck to the Scottish lads from
83.
Darren. But stuck isolating. That doesn't sound good, Darren. I hope you're okay. I severely hope you haven't got the dreaded
92.
COVID. If you have, take it easy, me old China. Really want to see you back here. You were a breath of fresh air to our event. An absolute, well, for the want of a better phrase, a
100.
real asset to our tournament. You do think that he'll be cheering on Greg Ritchie and Jamie Clark over the next couple
100.
of days. And it'll feel a bit weird for those two lads coming down from Scotland without Darren, that's for sure.
45.
Is James starting to let this game slip? And if Shaun McDonald is watching, he'll be thinking, come on, Conan.
100.
And that is good news for Conan right there.
James, you require 133.
Things are starting to slip. 16 to leave tops.
93.
He's done enough to get to a double.
Conan, you require 84.
But it's up to Whitehead for 84 and a break. Double 12. That is a
Game shot
monstrous
fifth leg.
84 out, and that's a
Conan
huge
Whitehead.
blow to James Richardson, because now it's Conan Whitehead who can serve this out for a 4-2 win to take us to the very last game of the entire group.
Sick flag, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
If Conan does win, we are pretty much assured
100.
that this will go to the last game of the group. If indeed
96.
Shaun McDonald does get a victory against Conan in match 14.
$94.
James has not failed to beat Conan this week. He beat him 4 legs to 1 on Monday. He beat him 4 legs to 3 yesterday.
$97.
Got to be really careful from 265. You've got to go 19s here. He looks south. Now back upstairs potentially.
57.
But over the last couple of legs, James's average has slipped to 89. His opponent's has changed massively.
174.
It may not be at the same level as James's, but that 174
60.
is now potentially
Conan, you require 36.
going to win him the match.
Game
Double
shot
18.
on the match.
What a
Conan
performance that
Whitehead.
was in the last 2 legs from Conan Whitehead, who gets himself firmly in control of 4th position in the table. But with 1 match left for every single player, as you see Whitehead's average just climbing above James at the end. 1 match left for everyone. We have now completed 42 matches in this group. 3 left, 1 for each player. And we still don't know who's going to win the group. But we're going to take a break from that in the next match, because Osborne and Davis will finish their quota in Group A for the first time. we are about to have the last match for every player in Group A, which has been absolutely fabulous, and we are about to go to the wire. Well, can we get 20 points from Colin Osborne? If he beats Joe Davis, that will be so. And you can look at that table and think, Osborne's still got a chance. Well, he doesn't because of the leg difference. At -3, the best he can do is if he wins 4 legs to 0 here and gets to +1. And the worst that Shaun can do is -12. It's +12, not -12.
Okay,
So the leg difference has cost Osborne the chance of winning the group.
Game on.
But one more win in similar fashion to what he did to Martin Adams in match 11. And he will finish with a very respectable 20 points.
180.
So, Joe Davis, the marker has been laid down. Just when you think he's had possibly the biggest impact
55.
on who wins this table when he beat Shaun McDonald to get his first 2 points of the day. Back comes Conan Whitehead to beat James Richardson.
100.
And it's as you were. Is it going to come down to leg difference? It might be. And it's fairly close because McDonald is on +16.
95.
Richardson on +18. But if you look at the daily table, that makes for interesting reading as well.
125.
Got 4 players on 4 points for the day, 1 on 6, which is James Richardson, and 1 player on 2. So if Joe wins this game, you'll have 5 players on 4 points and 1 on 6. This has been
43.
a day of sharing points.
Colin, you require 96.
But I don't think Colin Osborne is in a charitable mood. I think he's motivated to get to that 20-point
56.
mark. It's a very fast start, and it's exactly the same kind of start
92. Colin, you require
that he got against
40.
Martin Adams in his last match. Tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
All of a sudden, Colin Osborne is probably the best player in the group, judging by this performance so far, albeit 1 leg, and what he did against Martin. So if this continues, it could be a very big victory.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Their head-to-head record this week reads 1-1.
100.
They played the final match of day 1, where Colin Osborne was undefeated going into the game against Joe, and of course,
140.
Joe won 4-0. Maybe taking advantage of a slightly tired Colin, but at the same time, Joe averaged 98.56 in winning 8 legs
27.
in a row at the end of Monday's session, largely forgotten after what is happening through this whole group. Imagine that, getting drawn against Martin Adams and Colin Osborne to
95.
finish your first day back in the Champions Week group. And then you win 8 legs to 0 against players like Osborne and Adams. If I were Joe, I'd remember that.
100.
It was a little bit different come Tuesday morning because Osborne won by 4 legs to 2 and was the better player.
68.
And somewhat in this leg he has been the better player, but overall in the 1.5 legs he has been. Just reflecting on that Conan Whitehead win just now, 57% on doubles. That told a story.
46.
Richardson had 11 shots at double. Conan had 7. That was James's worst performance on doubles the entire week
80.
at precisely the wrong time. got to leave 170 minimum here. He's going to do better than that.
84. Colin, you require
It's probably a good sign that he's left something over 140 because he seems to be the master at that this week. 83.
52.
Turns into clickety-click 66.
Joe, you require 144.
He's not going to take this 140 plus checkout. And Osborne
100.
might.
Colin, you require 66.
Look at bullseye here. Oh, it might look at treble 18 actually. Double top.
46.
He looks a bit puzzled by that one. I don't blame him because
Joe, you
that
require
8
44.
was only just in. So the last 2 darts delivered were a little bit ragged. Double 16 this time for Joe.
12.
He misses his chance, and Osborne is not going to squander this one.
Colin, you require 20.
At least you don't think so. There's your answer.
On the second leg.
I thought I'd put the commentator's curse on him by saying he's not going to squander this. That's why I somewhat backtracked with a little bit of a caveat put in there. But I was initially right, and he's 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
That break of throw gives him a distinct possibility of getting a 3-0 lead. And after this leg,
60.
Colin can breathe for a little while. He can make his way back to the hotel, get some rest, and tomorrow, the reward for your efforts today, I'll lie in on Thursday. You can start at 10 p.m. instead of 9:30 a.m. Which indeed, in darting speak, doesn't make sense because the players arrive
100.
here at the Online Darts Live League at around 8 a.m. for a 9:30 start. For a 10 p.m. start, it's around about 8:30. Dart players don't just turn up and throw.
85.
Hours of practice are implemented before they take the hockey. This is good. Not just good.
180.
Perfect. A third win of the day for Colin would get him to 6 points for the day. And it would be
60.
for the second
Colin,
time this week.
161.
After getting 8 on Monday and 6 yesterday, he's getting very, very close to that 6 point mark for Wednesday as well. A very consistent week from Colin. And everybody in Group B should watch out for him. Got to stay there.
58.
He was forced to stay on the
Colin,
19s.
you require 64.
Treble 8. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to leave tops all the time.
44.
Not too pleased with that one.
Joe, you require
But he'll expect to grace the hockey
164.
again in like 3. Especially when his average is a good 20 points better than that of his opponent. His visit to the hockey is guaranteed now.
64. Colin, you require 20.
Last time I expected him to get it. I expect him to get it again.
No score.
Or maybe I did give him the curse this time. He will not believe that that
you
third
require
dart did not go in
100.
the double 10. Stay on the 60 potentially. I think he did. It just came out of his hand
60.
a little loose.
Colin, you require 20.
Second down and 20. Got half the yards. You can't complete 5 with 1 dart.
No score.
That has turned out to be a little bit scrappy. And it should be 3-0.
You require 40.
It might end up being 2-1. Double 10 for Joe. And he can't find it. And Colin Osborne, who chose to bust the 5 that he left,
20.
that has proven to be a wise decision. Just trying to reset everything, and he's back at double 10 for the 3rd time.
Game shown the
Third time
leg.
lucky, and it is 3-0 to Colin Osborne, the wizard who has been casting spells all week long, sometimes with great effect, sometimes not, is only 1 leg away from registering 20 points for the week.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
If you'd have said to Colin Osborne on Monday morning, after his first win in match 3 on Monday, against James Richardson, where he won 4 legs to 2, you're going to get 20 points. Where do you think you're going to finish? He would have said probably 1st or 2nd.
121.
He would not have thought that he would finish 3rd with 20. Of that, I can guarantee it. We have seen somebody win
57.
a Group A with less than 20 points. That person was Aaron Monk, who won with 18 points and a better leg difference than Robert Owen.
59.
That was a particularly eventful week 8 in Phase 1. But we are 1 leg away potentially from 3 players having 20 minimum.
96.
Both Richardson and McDonald right now getting ready for their final matches. It will be
85.
McDonald first up against Conan Whitehead. He's had a little bit of time between matches, and yesterday when he was starting to tire, when he lost to Richardson, he came back in the last match of the day
140.
against Joe Davis and played exceptionally. So he's going to need to do that again. It's going to be Wolfie and Ruthless to finish us off in match 15 for Wednesday. And Richardson will know
83.
exactly what he needs to do when that match is
You
played.
require 108.
He may just need a certain amount of legs, not even the win. Joe needs a single 19 and a double 16.
Game
And he's
shown
not
the
going to be
fourth
bageled
leg.
right here
Joe Davis.
because Joe Davis has found his first leg of the contest. And it's a very tidy 15 darter there from Joe, the man from Brighton. Has got 3 more to go if he's to find a win from 3-0 down.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Colin's average has really plummeted over the last leg and a half. Solely due to the amount of darts he missed at double
140.
in the 3rd leg, of course. You can't miss something like 8 darts at double and expect your average to climb.
95.
Darts does not work that way. You might ask yourself, what other things do dart players do to take their mind off sport
60.
and their work? Well, Colin Osborne is a very multi-talented player of other sports. Pretty useful at golf. Very good at ping pong, I hear. Kicks a mean football.
58.
One of those annoyingly talented individuals who can do pretty much anything.
$125.
He's doing a very good job here in leg 5. I've seen dart players do all sorts for TV programs. I've seen Rob Cross throw axes. He was quite good at that. When I'm over my injury problems, I am thinking about taking up archery.
83.
You would expect a dart player to be pretty good at archery considering the skill set. But I get the feeling if you put a bow and arrow in Colin Osborne's hands, he'd be fairly useful with it.
57. Colin, you require 93.
93 and 6 darts away potentially. Or maybe even 2 darts. And that is a job done for Osborne. And he finishes on 20 points for the week. 10 wins from 15. A very, very healthy return for him. A 93 checkout in the last leg for a 14 darter. And as you can see, he was the better player throughout. The doubles don't tell a lie, really. The only misses he had were in leg 3, a leg he still won. So congratulations to Colin on a fine performance and getting 3rd spot in the table. Joe, he will have to wait, and it looks like he's going to be in the bottom 2. So we're going to look at Shaun McDonald, and he now has to position himself in a position, of course, to see what James Richardson has to do in the last match. He's up against Conan Whitehead in match 14. Race for Group A, well, it began on Monday morning, but you could say it begins now. Well, the head start, it belongs to James Richardson. His leg difference is slightly better, but the points are equal between the top 3 now. There you see, 3 on 20 points. Osborne is done. He is in 3rd position, and he will stay there. Joe Davis is in 6th position, and he will stay there, so he will be back at 9:30 tomorrow morning and on Friday. But as far as Shaun is concerned,
first leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Being on that 20-point mark and 2 legs adrift of James Richardson's mark of plus 18, this is do or die.
140.
Lose the game by 4 legs to 1 or 4-0, and that will mean that James Richardson has won the group.
125.
The best case scenario for Shaun right here is to win 4-0, of course. It's always the best case scenario coming into a best of 7 match.
41.
But that would put maximum pressure on James Richardson. He would have to beat Martin Adams, and by a margin. A margin that we will work out
88.
after this match is completed. So if we have a short break between this one and the next,
65.
please forgive us, because we want to give you the right information going into that final match. And of course, if you've placed a little wager responsibly on James or Shaun to win the group,
81.
we want to make sure you're on the edge of your seat and with the right info.
$100.
It's a solid start from Shaun and from Conan. But Shaun, after underperforming in his last match,
99.
has got to do what he did yesterday. He's got to rebound
55.
in his final match of the day.
$95. Shaun, you require 108.
I have seen 108 checkout in the last match from Joe Davis. Are we going to get another? Well, he doesn't have to go at treble 19. But he's still found it.
Yes.
That may be the best dart he's thrown all week. To set up this shot at double 16.
92.
I don't think he really adjusted
Conan,
back to that
60.
central mark on the hockey that well. That was a big miss. Double top for Whitehead.
20.
He will not believe that that didn't go in. Look at his face. It tells you the whole story.
16.
Shaun is very lucky to get this chance.
Game Shaun the
That's
first
the chance he
leg.
takes.
Shaun McDonald.
That is really, really big for him because that's a break of throw and he can now possibly go 2-0 up. The larger the margin, the better. The more pressure there will be on James Richardson
Second
going
leg,
into match
Shaun
15.
to throw first. Game on.
Now let me just explain something about that 108 checkout. It's all well and good going 19s first because you want treble 19, single 19, double 16.
93.
It's a beautiful thing. But if you throw a dart like Shaun did, which is a 19 to leave 89,
121.
and you can barely see the 57, you think to yourself, do I create the angle? Can I see enough of it? You should never ignore the fact that there is another way to go.
140.
He could have gone treble 13 bull. I know that would scream exhibition shot, but to have
100.
two open beds to win a leg, sometimes that's the best thing, especially when you've only got 2 darts left in hand. The same thing occurs on 118 when you go for treble 20 and you hit the small 20. If you block the 60,
128.
go treble 16 bull with the final 2. We've seen Fallon Sherrick do it in the live league last year. I did it myself. And Conan has butchered that 60.
180.
This
Shaun, you require
is a brilliant
140.
leg from both players. We're not going to get 140 checkout.
60.
Oh, we're going to get
Conan,
a
you
ton
require
checkout from
100.
Conan. He went for the 60. It was the right play. Just flicked the dart and went into the 5.
42.
Shaun is getting
Shaun, you
a
require
little bit of
80.
fortune in this game, and he has to use every single piece of it. Tops. Very much open. Oh, I should never hit the flights on that angle. That was
Conan, you require
undercooked.
58.
Tops again with 2.
Game
This
Shaun,
time
the
taken
second
in
leg.
1. I'm
Conan
sure that
Whitehead.
was the exact spot that he was aiming for the last time in the last leg. But this time, it just goes to the other side of the wire. So we've got a level game at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on. $55.
If indeed Shaun is to win this match, James Richardson will like it to be as close as possible. Now let's say Shaun McDonald wins by 4 legs to 2.
57.
He would go to 22 points, 2 points in front of Richardson, and his leg difference would be exactly the same.
$58.
That would mean that Richardson only has to beat Martin Adams, not by a margin. Just has to beat him. That's hard enough. There are 3 scenarios open to James Richardson right now.
140.
1, Shaun McDonald is beaten by 4 legs to 1. If that happens, he wins the group.
140.
Shaun McDonald wins 4 legs to 1. And then Richardson has to win by a couple of legs.
140.
Or if it's close, James has just got to win. Doesn't matter about the margin. But regardless,
92.
if Conan Whitehead
Shaun,
gets
you
one more
require
leg,
164.
we are going to the 45th game of the group to determine who wins it. That's a mark of how close it has been.
39.
It's been close since Monday,
Conan, you
when
require
Osborne and McDonald
156.
shared 8 points at the top of the group after the first day.
100.
McDonald's best finish of the week
Shaun, you
was
require
143.
125.
But this 125 is way more important than that 143. $60 tops. That is so pretty. And so is that. Oh, he gets a little flick of the eyebrows from Conan Whitehead, but just look at the quality of all 3 darts there. They were thrown absolutely centimetre or millimetre perfect. 2-1 to McDonald now.
Shaun to throw first. Game on.
I think even Conan is very impressed with the way that leg panned out for Shaun, because sometimes you have to hold your hands up and say, too good.
58.
Even when you like the possibility of bull 25 bull, it's actually easier if you get the 25. Because the surface area of the 60 and the tops is bigger than the bullseye segment.
$97.
That 125 is in the books now. And he has to look forward. He's still got his throw. I think if we were to get a little bit of a word from Shaun at the end of today's play, we're not going to, because we only get interviews with the players before the groups begin.
45.
But if we were to speak to him this afternoon, I think he would admit that he is really having to dig deep for this.
$100.
He's digging deep enough.
140.
The possibility of 4-1
Shaun, you require
exists.
117.
17 for tops.
77.
He will be back. Conan averaging around 88 so far.
59.
McDonald not far short of 95.
Shaun, you
He
require
has
40.
responded brilliantly since losing his 4th match of the day.
Game Shaun, the
He
fourth
is
leg.
winning by 3 legs to
Shaun
1.
McDonald.
And the pressure is coming to James Richardson if he can find one more leg. Well, Shaun, can you find it? Time to empty the tank.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
You wonder if he knows what he needs to do.
140.
He strikes me as the kind of person who always knows what he has to do. He will have been surveying the league sheet on the door of the practice room,
97.
looking at the points, looking at the leg difference. He's a man who knows his numbers. He will know that a big win definitely helps. But even winning 4 legs to 1
91.
does not guarantee him Group A.
58.
He has somewhat relented in the last 6 darts. Conan, who has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons really today
140.
in breaking an 8-game winning streak for James Richardson. He's the one that gave Shaun McDonald this chance
57.
of taking the first spot
Only
back,
you require 130.
possibly prematurely. Well, that one was a bit of a wide. I think that was for the treble 18.
69. 106.
I didn't mean prematurely, by the way. I meant temporarily. Just had to reboot my dictionary just there. But the possibility of 4 legs to 1 is starting to dwindle. 58 scored, leaves 2-3-1. He can't leave a finish.
97.
We've got a 20, not a 1.
Only you require 24.
That's
Game
in.
on the 5th leg.
It is now 3-2,
Whitehead.
and Shaun McDonald is 3-2 ahead. So let's look at the possibilities. If he wins 4-2, he will be level on leg difference and 2 points ahead, which means that James Richardson would only have to win against
Shaun
Wolfie.
to throw first.
I say only. It will be fascinating to ask James,
96.
before this match began, if you offered him, you just have to beat Martin to win the group and to be through to the finals, would you take that?
140.
James is the kind of player who would have probably said, yes, I'll take that, because he backs himself.
$100.
It wouldn't be funny, really, but
60.
there is still the possibility that Richardson and McDonald could finish on the same amount of points, the same amount of leg difference, and we would have to look at something like legs 1
65.
to see who would go through to Saturday's finals in Champions Week. We've seen so many brilliant legs from both of them.
45.
It could come down to simply one of them won and one of them lost. This is really well timed.
140.
He'll be back for that ton.
$100.
Will Conan be back for the
Only require
156?
100.
This is very big indeed. 2 more darts to finish on 22 points. He will have to watch and see
60.
if Conan can
Only
find
require 100.
the Barneveld. That's what we call the 156.
$81.
A bad last start.
Only require 40.
But Shaun only requires 1 good one. Double top.
No score.
And I feel that they were delivered a little bit
Only
quicker than
require
usual.
75.
This would be a heartbreaker. Double top.
55.
Oh, that one came out very, very weird. It hit the board and it wobbled.
Only require 40.
I get the feeling that maybe Conan threw that a bit fast. Five misses at tops.
20.
And misses double 10 as well. 6 match darts
Conan, you require
gone.
20. Game
And the leg has gone as well.
Conan
That
Whitehead.
could be huge for Shaun McDonald. He now just has to win the match somehow. And I think Judging by the stats, I think he might need a bit of a favour from Martin Adams as well.
7th and final leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Did fatigue play its part there? Nerves potentially.
95.
What a dream position that was. Win the match right there. And all he needs is Adams to win. But now,
60.
Richardson is assured of having the better leg difference going into that last match of the group.
100.
If McDonald loses this leg, he will go to plus 15. And James Richardson, all of a sudden, does not
93.
need to win against Martin Adams. He just has to win a certain amount of legs. That's how big those misses were.
96.
Judging by what he has delivered in the first 6 starts of this final leg, I think they've hurt Shaun. He's got to dig deep again.
97.
Somewhat back in touch, but half a dot behind. And earlier in the day, I said there was one player
138.
who could really affect who wins this group. That person was Conan Whitehead, because he was given the task of playing the top 2 in his final 2 games. He's only 72 points away from defeating both of them.
81. Conan, you require 72.
Double 18. And he has won by 4 legs to 3.
Conan
He
Whitehead.
has solidified his spot at number 4 in the table, and he will play in Group B. But now it is down to James Richardson. We can see the stats there, 89.86 for Conan. He was the better player on the stat sheet, but he should have lost the match because Shaun had 6 match starts to win 4-2, and he ultimately lost 4 legs to 3. As to what James Richardson has to do, we're going to go and work that out, and he will take on Martin Adams in the final group game, which is next. go then. We have one more match for you in Group A. We've just had a little bit of a conflab in our production area just to figure out what is going on with the permutations. And we can tell you that James Richardson, who is at the top of the table now currently, as you can see, 14 games played, 20 points. Everybody has completed their quarter apart from himself and Martin. But we can say that if James Richardson wins one leg in this match, he will be through to Saturday's finals. It's that simple.
Okay, first leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
If indeed he wins the game against Martin, he will go through with the most points. And indeed, the most leg difference. If he wins 4-3 or 4-2 or 4-1 or 4-0, that's enough. But if he loses 4-3 or 4-2, he will win the table on leg difference. If he loses 4-1, he will progress, having accumulated the same amount of points as Shaun McDonald and the same leg difference.
100.
But because of their head-to-head record over the course of the last 3 days, he will go through because of that. And because their head-to-head record is 2-1 to James,
83.
That is the separator. And of course, they played each other in match 8 today, which was a Richardson win. So that one there, in the middle of today's quarter,
100.
has been enormous. That has given James Richardson another leg buffer in this final match.
134.
A fabulously
Martin, you
poised
require
group.
161.
Martin Adams, who is now assured of playing in
60.
Group C. He will be in the bottom 2. He can no longer catch Conan Whitehead in spot number 4 on the table. So we will see more of him
100.
come tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Martin, you require 101.
Single 1 or single 9. Double 16.
69.
And this is James's first chance to book his spot
James, you require 84.
in the big money night, which is Saturday night. Bullseye to do it.
59.
First chance gone.
Martin, you require 32.
Second chance for Martin to win leg 1. Very, very awkward.
No score.
Wasn't impossible, but it was
James, you
extremely
require 25.
difficult to find the bed from that angle. Single 17 for double 4.
21.
3 darts missed
Martin, you require 32.
to win this first leg.
Game shown the first
Martin
leg.
Adams doesn't make that
Martin
same
Adams.
mistake 3 times because 19 darts is enough to take the first leg. And Shaun McDonald is praying right now that Martin Adams gets 4 legs with no reply from James.
Second leg is James to throw first. Game on.
Can you imagine if it is
96.
3-0 to Martin Adams? We would then go to a 1-leg shootout to see who goes through.
100.
That can't possibly happen, surely. We can go to the last game. We've had 44 games this week already. If we go to 1 leg in Champions Week,
60.
that'll be borderline silly. Don't underestimate it, though. I remember playing in the Live League last year, and I was
60.
duking it out with Martin Adams in the last game of the day, and I had no clue about the permutations going into the last match of the day. I knew that if I won the game against Martin
100.
in a best of 9 match, I think it was, that I would stand a chance of winning the daily table. Little did I know, I got absolutely blasted off the board by Martin. He won 5-0, and he won the table for the day. I've never been the kind of person to look at different permutations. I always want to play blind.
100.
I like to just focus on winning the match, because I go into every match wanting to win every leg. I don't like the added pressure of knowing I have to win 2 legs or win by a certain margin.
60.
Well, right now, James will probably know what he has to do.
145.
45 for tops. This will be some way to do it.
105.
Not quite.
Martin, you require 141.
Treble 19. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Double 12. Oh, Wolfie, what have you just done?
Leg.
What a
Martin
shot. And
Adams.
Shaun McDonald will be off his seat for that one. Incredible 1-4-1 checkout. One of the best finishes we've seen all week long. And it's 2-0.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
What an astonishing turn of events. James Richardson has missed
45.
3 darts in the first leg to win the group. He's missed another in leg 2 to win the group. Martin takes the 1-4-1 to deny James another visit. And if Wolfie wins this leg,
135.
we will have a 1-leg shootout to see who wins the group.
140.
And that was a bit of an overdrive visit there from James. He picked up the pace there. This is the problem with sometimes knowing that you only need 1 leg. Because 1 leg to win something is always the hardest leg to find.
121.
But this, under the circumstances, is a remarkable leg from James. Is he going to get 6 darts? Yes, he is. He can breathe a little bit and hopefully take care of business right here. 6 for tops. Double top. And it's job done. He has won Group A, not without a bit of a scare, though, after that 1-4-1 from Martin Adams. But Shaun McDonald is now someone who will play 2 more days to try and find the finals in Champions Week.
4th leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Congratulations, James. You might have lost your unbeaten streak against Conan Whitehead in your last match, but you've done enough. Now it's a question of how do you want to win it? Do you want to win it on points? Do you want to win it on leg difference?
45.
Or if you lose the next 2 legs, you will have won it on head-to-head records only.
40.
James is our first person into the finals of Champions Week. So he has a chance to bank that £5,000 come early hours of Sunday morning. He is now guaranteed an amount of prize money on Saturday night.
140.
Come Saturday, we will actually tell you the prize breakdown. Don't get me wrong, I'm really happy for James.
60.
But there was a portion of me as a commentator sitting on the fence that it would be quite nice to have a 1-leg shootout after 44.5 matches. I'm pretty sure that James's wife Carolyn didn't want that situation to happen, and luckily for you guys, that hasn't materialised. But just when Martin put in that big check out in leg 2, you thought,
58.
What's happening here?
James, you require 126.
Well, what is happening is James Richardson is now playing proper darts.
42.
Until maybe that point there. But he still has a visit back for 84.
$135.
Pressure applied.
James, you require 84.
So for a level game, he's looking at 14 in bull.
59.
Second attempt at the bullseye in the match. And the second time he has missed by a very small margin. Treble 17 for Wolfie.
62. James, you require 25.
This was the shot that denied him in leg 1. Double 4.
21.
And yet again it denies him.
Martin, you require 41.
Is it going to be 3-1 Wolfie unexpectedly? That is right in the bullseye of the single 9. And that one is 41 out. So he's one leg away from getting another win for the day. We are guaranteed to see Martin over the next 2 days. He'll be back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. But first, he has a game to win.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
So I can now confirm your groups for the next 2 days. Tomorrow morning from 9:30, you will have Greg Ritchie, Richie Burnett,
47.
Jared Cole, Scott Marsh, Joe Davis, and Martin Adams. 6 players in Group
95.
C, with 2 to progress by Friday afternoon. Thursday night from 10 p.m, live via Sporty Stuff TV and the Online Darts YouTube channel, you will have Jamie Clark of Scotland, Chaz Barstow, Shaun McDonald, Colin Osborne, and Conan Whitehead. Of that 5-player group, 3 will progress to Saturday's finals to join James Richardson there. We hope you can join us for that.
140.
I'll be here. Thursdays and Fridays at the Online Darts Live League.
99.
Or for the really dedicated darts fans. You wonder if Richardson knows.
134.
Does he know that he's already through? He doesn't strike me as someone who already knows.
100.
Maybe he thinks he's in trouble.
Martin, you require 139.
Well, treble 13 and tops will be the match. Tops. And that's the end of the match. And Wolfie, what a performance. When it comes to the finishing, 141 out at a key time and a 139 to get the match. So, James Richardson has progressed to the Champions Week finals via the smallest margin possible. It is head-to-head record, and the one leg that he did get was enough to get him through. Well, what a turn of events over the course of the last couple of matches. He has done it. James Richardson is your Group A champion. We have done 45 games over the last 3 days. We're going to take a bit of a break, but we will be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. Wolfie will be back. Will you be joining us for Group C? We hope so, via your streaming services with your online bookmaker and, of course, the Online Darts YouTube channel. See you guys later. Have a great Wednesday. See you on Thursday morning.